Hello, 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 and welcome to the Citadel. Today we're going back to the world of Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. Hopefully it works as well as it did yesterday. It worked pretty good, I thought, yesterday, so hope springs eternal. Couple of notes before we get into it. My landlord, where I'm living, decided to put irrigation in for the yard today. And so there might be a little more noise in the background with the machinery. There might be a little bit more noise in the background with the dog, because he doesn't like them being on his property, what the dog considers his property. So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully, I think they're close to being done with the project, if not done already. So hope maybe that won't even be an issue, but we'll see. Do I have anything else? No, I think that's everything I got. Once again, Discord's up and running. Feel free to visit me on the Discord. Love to have you. Yesterday we got out of the tunnels underneath the city of, I want to call it Kwekistan, but I know that that's not right, and I have no idea where that name even comes from. Cabria? The first city. We finally got out of the Shield Labyrinth and all of that. So, I am going to have to change a couple of the settings. I noticed after playing with it, the difficulty I chose means that I do not, when I become over encumbered with carrying crap, I don't actually slow down. If I do it that way, I will never leave anything behind. I will always have bags and bags and bags because I'm a hoarder. So I'm going to try and adjust that setting so that that's not the case anymore. Real quick at the start of this stream, so that it's not where it is right now with 200 or 2086 pounds of gear on my character. So, without further ado, away we go. We need to change our settings. Options. Difficulty. Excuse me. Party information in combat, enemy information in combat, dialogue settings. Auto level. Damage to party, number of enemies, additional enemy behaviors, weather effects. Experience. Immersive mode? Oh, that disables all of that stuff. Where is combat text? Party info. Controls? Mouse, general. Action bar. I thought, ooh, is it under gameplay? Bloodstains on. Font size. Enable looting during combat. Tooltips. Auto pause. Turn-based mode. Is it under difficulty? Dialogue settings. What is this top one labeled? Just okay. Desk door. Remove negative effects. Remove control. Auto level. Enemy stat adjusted. Damage party number of enemies. Additional enemy behaviors. Party speed depends on the weight you're carrying. That's what we want. We want that on. Because at normal, it's... Yeah. The encumbrance effect on characters' movement speeds. Yep. Whoops. Save. So now my character, well, he's in. Alright. Anivia. Hey, wait. Mind if I bend your ear about something? Anivia is outside your door, leaning casually against a shelf. So here's the first and most important thing. Beth gave you a critical mission. I get that, and I know you'll get the job done. I saw you in action. But here's the rub. By sending you out on an errand, we're weakening our defenses here. If they come at us while you're gone, I don't know if we'll be able to fight them off. What else do you wish to discuss? Do you want me to stay here and guard the tavern? You what? No. Your task is far too important. You can't just hold up here all cozy-like, waiting for the demons to knock on the door. We need to take the fight to them. But if those freaks try to make a move on this place, Beth will send a runner to get you. If that happens, you leg it back here, alright? Because if you don't, you'll be coming back to a pile of ash. To an ash pile, got it? When do you think the demons will attack next? Your guess is as good as mine. It might not be here. They could attack the whole damn city. These vermin know they've lost the upper hand, and they are going to push back hard. If things kick off here, you should know. After they attack, some things could be changed beyond recognition. So if you've got any business that needs taking care of, you'd better do it soon. Can you say hint hint? What else do you wish to discuss? So the rift that damned beetle left with its scythe. Yeah, well, it cut the city into two. And it's kinda difficult to get across. My scouts tell me there's a halfway decent place to set up a crossing in Market Square. Not that any of them tried it to make sure. But if you've got a mind to go across, I think you're gonna have to eventually. And I think you're gonna have to eventually. You might want to give the square a once over. Thanks for the warning. We'll see you later. Later. Watch yourself out there. Oh. Alright, so my personal chest should be where I... Oh. So these are the bonuses I got. Unidentified. Unidentified. Alright, what do we want for weapons? Dwarven axe can go in here. It's cool, but I don't really need it. Marching Terror? I bet I could give that to what's-her-name.
Let's see what we can do.
I do have access to all of their, okay, inventories. Oh, she's using the greatsword. Maybe I should give you 2 to 11, 8 to 17 versus 5 to 12 versus 8 to 18. You're gonna get put here. 'Cause, yeah. 1 to 8. There's a blade. For the Emperor! Whoops, wrong world. Holy glaives! Damn! 13,000 gold. Scythes. 8 to 14 damage. Qualities Masterwork. That's kind of fun. Say what you will about them not being actual weapons. Size are awesome. You got a comma. Oh, dang it. Sorry about that. What is daggers? Okay. So this is one thing I love about Pathfinder. Masterwork longbow is that it if my brain worked, it drops all of their gear pretty much. It treats it as if it's the real world. It's not a video game where you know, the bad guy drops some potions and a couple of coinage. No, if you want to strip him, he's got clothing and armor too. Trust me. He's wearing it. Heavy shield, light shield. Crypt Raider's armor. AC of 6. 6. Breastplate. Armor check penalty -3, not -4. This is actually better for her. That's kind of cool, actually. Amulet of Natural Armor. So that should give a +1 bonus to the armor class, right? Yep. As much as I want to like overpower my character, I should really just give it to her. Alright. Max Dexterity Bonus. You have equipped the armor, blah blah blah, on the character Camille. It limits their Dexterity bonus to AC to 3. Without armor, this bonus would be 4. Max Dexterity Bonus is the limitation on the bonus to AC a character receives from their Dexterity score. This limitation value depends on the type of armor. Tower shields also incur this bonus limitation. This limitation does not affect other abilities that depend on dexterity. This character should wear a lighter armor. Would better serve a character with a lower dex score. You telling me what to do? She was wearing a breastplate, though. Armor check. Oh! Well, okay. I'm reading it wrong. It doesn't minus it by 3. It minuses it after 3. Makes sense now. Thank you, computer, for warning me. Alright, I want to put 1 sec. Collect. Is there a merchant around here where I can just sell crap? You go watch Crusader. It blocked out the stairs, so you can't go up. Now, I'm curious about these. Free Dancer's Boots. Saving throws against movement impaired conditions. Acquired while exploring the Grey Garrison. Where is the owl cat? There he is. Head Chomper. Summons a pet owl cat. So I should be able to use that as many times as I want. Who to talk to? Eagle Watch Crusader. Someone owes me gold. Really? Here we go. You owe me gold. Here, take this. Yes, it's 2,000 coins. Take your payment and remember that Horgus Gorm always keeps his word. You helped me get back to the surface, and I duly paid you for escorting me. Now, speaking of future cooperation, Horgus looks at you with unvarnished disapproval. His arms folded across his chest, his foot tapping impatiently. I have a job that would be perfect for someone like you. Naturally, I will pay you generously for your services. What do you mean, a job for someone like me? For an adventurer ready to sell their soul for booze, and then lie down drunk in a gutter. Or do you think you're somehow different? A traveling knight, perhaps? Noble of heart, but without a coin to your name. Hogger sizes you up critically, then sighs and shrugs. You seem a reliable enough ally to me, and you did get me out of those mongrel caves. So, why should I care what you do with my money once you've got it? Success at a perception check. Har seems like one of those people who think the entire world owes them something. However, you hear notes of hysteria beneath his smug arrogance. It's a thought he's really quite nervous, but taking great pains to conceal it. Noble birth doesn't give you the right to behave badly. I would ask that you refrain from such statements in the future. So what does this job involve? August puts his hand on his hips. Oh really? How impudent. No one dares tell Hoggers Gwem how to address the rabble. So what does this job involve? You shall be my bodyguard. You see, I have good reason to return to my mansion here in Canabras. That's the one I was looking for. I still have... Well, it doesn't matter. It's none of your business. My mansion is a breathtaking building with a large garden in the wealthy part of the city, even before the demon attacked. Every thief and fraudster in the city had tried to get inside, one way or another. I shudder to imagine the state it's in now. I have little hope that my guards were able to hold the mansion during the attack, and I expect that the servants fled when they saw the demons. Only Abdar knows what's happened there since. Therefore, Abdar must be a god. God of walls. Therefore, I would ask you that you meet me at my mansion and guard me there until I complete my business. I already asked the local paladins for help, but they have no desire to set foot outside this tavern. Damn cowards and traitors. That's what they are. Also, please do take Camellia with you. I trust that girl more than the rest of your gang. She is of noble birth, after all. What kind of reward are we talking about? 1,000 gold coins. Double the reward and I'll think about it? Yes! Experience! Several tense moments pass in silence and Horace's face relaxes. Deal. I'm not interested. Deal. Marvelous. Most excellent. I will proceed to my mansion at once and wait for you there. Meanwhile, you needn't worry. I know the city like the back of my hand. But do hurry, unless you want me to lower your reward. Okay. So there's a mission. Gwem Hawks. A strange figure towers over the bar. A huge, ungainly man with skin so milky white that his blue veins are visible even from a distance. His bald head is equal parts lumpy and pitted. Ugh. And blood-filled eyes stare impassively out at you from beneath his pale brows. The glass in the albino's large, clumsy hands looks dangerously delicate, as if one twitch of the callous fingers would be enough to crush it. A gold medallion engraved with a tankard gleams around his neck. What'll it be? The medallion you're wearing, that's a sacred symbol, isn't it? Are you a cleric? I'm a Tavern Keeper, best in the city. The best there's ever been, and I pray to the best god there is. So, shall we raise a toast to Siddur? May he show us wisdom at the bottom of every tankard. So drink, no one's stopping you. Just remember, it's not on the house. Any news in the city? The albino looks around. There are demons everywhere, and you showed up. Who are you? Slowly takes your measure with his red eyes, and finally, with a gentle sigh, says, Gamil Hawks, vampire. Are you really a vampire? Emil looks at you and gives you a long look of reproach, and then grudgingly answers, no. How'd you end up in this Crusader city? How did anyone end up here? How did you, or them? With a huge hand, the Tavern Keeper gestures to the ragtag group assembled in the room. The world is big, but still there isn't a place for everyone. People who no longer have a life anywhere else, they end up here. Are there any places in the city worth visiting? If you mean places that normal people usually stay away from, then there are plenty, like the Pitexian wine cellar. Gimel pauses for a moment, like the name of the place alone should make you quiver in fear. It once belonged to a Pitexian trading house. The King Iviti came to power in Pitex, and property started changing hands. Soon after, the seller's shop assistant was found in a ditch. Not all of him, mind, just the head. Numerian gangsters had taken possession of the place. They wanted to sell something stronger than wine on the street, and they ended up on the gallows. The King Iverit's number was up, so now the store stands empty and unclaimed. People say that a headless ghost wanders the place at night, moaning ghostly. Oh. Woo. I see you're not one for talking. Gives you a long, mournful look and says nothing. Show me what you have for sale. This is where I offload shit. Masterwork glaives. Move. Scythes. I want to keep one. Heavy crossbows. I want to keep one. Light crossbows can go to hell. Composite longbow. Masterwork longbow. I have those. Daggers can go. Scimitar. Masterwork scimitar. Burdock Masterwork. Longsword. Cold Iron Masterwork. Masterwork. Cold Iron Masterwork. Short Spear. Sickle. Spear. Dueling Sword. Masterwork. Masterwork Great Club. Long Spear. Whenever I played D&D, there were never this many Masterwork items. My DM always hoarded them from us. Same with magical items. Oh well. It's fun what you can do with all the little magical doodads and trinkets. And... Anyway, I'm done now. Okay, there goes the dog. I apologize, everyone. You don't have any weapons, armor. Gloves of the Neophyte? 1 additional point of damage. Dark Omen. If the wearer of this ring has the ability to cast spells spontaneously, it grants them the ability to cast the following spells. Ray of Enfeeblement, Scar, Ray of Exhaustion, Fear. Spell slots at the required level. Ooh. So that would be great for my guy. 4,000. This is 13,000. Ingredients. Potions. Spicy pastry. It's a recipe. I'll pick up a recipe. Short sword. Masterwork. I don't know. I mean, no point in the darts. Scale mail. Chain mail. Leather. Chain shirt. Scale mail. Chainmail is 6. I should hold on to this. Because if she can wear it, it would help us out a ton. Oh, bulk sell. Inflict light wounds. I should start using these scrolls more. Inflict moderate wounds. Inflict serious wounds. Diamond dust. Can also be used to cast certain spells. Okay. Spell component. Deal. Pleasure doing business with you, sir. Oh, I leveled up. Cross-blooded 3. Trickery is lock picking. Camila has a +9? Damn. Persuasion is a +10. Lon has a -1 and use magical devices. Perception. I mean, having another point in knowledge world wouldn't hurt. Trickery is a good thing to get up again too. Just want to make sure. Yeah, it only brings me to 4. No. We gotta decide on his feet. Damage rolls with range weapons at ranges of up to 30 feet. Spell focus? Oh, we've already done that. Combat casting. You're adept at spellcasting when threatened or distracted. You get a +4 bonus on concentration checks made to cast a spell or use a spell-like ability. Deft hands. Exotic weapons proficiency. Improved initiative, unarmed strike. Magical tail? Twice per day from the following list in order. You gain a new spell-like ability each, usable twice per day. For example, the first time you select this feat, you gain 2 vanish a day. The second time you select this feat, you gain 2 sleep per day. Oh, what does vanish do? Touched creature becomes invisible for a short time. If a check is required, the invisible creature has a +20 bonus on its stealth checks. The spell ends if the subject attacks a creature. Improved initiative. +4 bonus on initiative checks. Arcane armor. What does that do? Cast spells while wearing armor. Reduce the arcane. Okay. Rapid shot? Deadly aim. Two-handed fighting. Full attack with a ranged weapon. You can fire 1 additional time this round at your highest bonus. Throw anything. Persuasive. Iron Will. Combat reflexes. You may make a number of additional attacks of opportunity per round equal to your Dexterity Bonus. +1 on attack and damage rolls with ranged weapons at ranges of up to. That sounds like the way to go, actually. Level 1 spell? I get another spell. Shocking Grasp. Vanish. True Strike. Summon Monster. Summon Monster could be fun. Magic weapon. Snowball. Evocation. All creatures. Spell functions as a flare. This cantrip creates a burst of light that causes the light to burst in front of a single creature, dazzling it for 1 minute. Ray of Enfeeblement. Summon Monster 1. I like that. This spell summons an extraplanar dog. It appears where you designate and acts according to its initiative check. Results. It attacks your opponents to the best of its ability. Hey Bearman, welcome to the stream. Glad you're there. I'll be right back, I gotta shut the door. Sorry about that, the dog was expecting something out of me that I didn't give it. They're doing work outside the house, so it's gonna be probably a little noisier today, unfortunately. Corrosive touch. Well, it's a good thing no one got hurt. Mage armor, burning hands, and summon monster. You gain resistance 5 against fire. And +1 bonus armor. Yeah! That's what we want to see. Okay. Oh, I picked up magic missile. Mage armor and summon monster. New recipe. You have found a new recipe. Spicy pastry. You have found a new recipe. To learn it, right-click it in your inventory and choose the memorize option. Different recipes require different ingredients, and dishes cooked using them grant unique bonuses. Huh. So, spicy pastry. Copy recipe? Oh, copy it into my book so that I have it. Got it. Zen Archer, I'm fine with that. That sounds like an interesting setup. You were told that you could be enlisted into the Watches and am obligated to work to pitch in. Huh. That serf. Yeah, that would be I think that would be a serf. Oh, yeah. Deflect arrows? Oh, yeah. Point blank master. What do you have? Spirit Hunter. Sounds like one hell of an adventure, Bearman. Trickery. Damn, woman. Dodge. I'm fine with that. And then I need to Sheila. Sila. Sila. Paladin, yes, because we want more points. No one, I think, well, there are people who wish to die. I can't really, yeah. But I can understand not wishing to die. Religion. Stealth. -7. Nature. Religion. World. I'll give you 1 to Arcana. Oh wait, I'm Arcana. We'll give you Lore Nature. How are you tricky? Oh, pickpocket. Yeah, and then the half plate and stuff all minuses it. Yep. Well, really, we'll make you a religious fanatic. Feet. What do we want to give armor focus? So, heavy armor. The AC granted by any heavy armor that you equip increases by 1. That's not a bad idea. Weapon focus. One can always hope that it's uneventful. No news is good news. I missed the longsword. So what does this do? +1 bonus on all attack rolls you make using the selected weapon. You can gain this feat multiple times. Its effects do not stack. Applies to a new type of weapon. Choose one of the weapons. You can also choose unarmed strike, or if you're a spellcaster, sweet, melee or ranged touch attack. So yeah, she gets a feat every other turn. I think what we're gonna do is give her armor, because she sits up front all the time. Good luck, Bear Man. Combat casting, you don't cast. What are you wearing? I guess at the end we're going to put her in heavy. So let's do that. Mercy. Oh. Paladin uses laid on hands to heal damage to one target. The target is no longer X. Sickened. So what is Mercy? Whenever the Paladin uses lay on hands to heal damage to one target, target is no longer nauseated. Shaken, fatigue. We want fatigue because it gets rid of an exhausted. no longer exhausted. The paladin must have the fatigue mercy before selecting this mercy. Oh, it's a prerequisite 4. So paralyzed, poison. Okay. And complete. Camilla. Camilla looks you over pensively, toying with the snake-shaped bone amulet that dangles from her pale neck. Noticing your glance, she flashes you a cold, barely there smile. Greetings. Seems for a moment that the girl wants to say something else, but the pause grows too long and she slips back into cautious silence. Tell me about yourself. You want to know more about me than you already do? Why? Arches a dainty brow. I talk to the spirits of the tormented land, and they guide me in battle. I'll help you fight the demons, and I swear that you can rely on me in this matter. Isn't that sufficient? Where did you learn to wield a rapier so well? I had good teachers, although they don't get all the credit. I am a most diligent student. That your amulet is quite unusual. Where did you get it? Ah, my little trinket? It's so nice of you to notice. But I assure you, this amulet is nothing but a bauble. Can a lady not be drawn to beautiful, useless things? Anyway, as much as I enjoy our delightful conversation, the spirits are calling me, and I must respond. Please excuse me. That was a dismissal, if ever I heard one. Stulton? The dwarf resembles an abandoned citadel, one whose high, crumbling walls are still holding fast, but whose empty, lightless windows make it clear that all inside is dead. Oh, it's you. Good work back there in the Grey Garrison. Name's Stulton Vaughn. If you've heard the rumors about me, his face, which looks like it has never known anything as carefree as a smile, grimaces. Just so you know, everything people say about me, it's true. I need to talk to you about an elf who calls himself the Storyteller. Do you know where I could find him? The Storyteller? Stulton strokes his beard in thought. Strange fellow, old fellow, that one. He used to sit with me for hours, asking about all sorts of things. He never offered judgment or comfort. He just listened. At least, I wanted him and his questions as far away from me as possible. At first, I wanted him and his questions as far away from me as possible, but later I realized that talking to him did ease my burden a little. I hope he is alive and well. He's completely blind and feeble too, so if he's alone in the city, well, you probably know what that means. I do know one place he might be. Look for him in the Black Wing. It's a library. Here. I'll show you where it is on the map. I don't know what use a library is to a blind elf, but he loved the place. He would sit there day and night. What do people say about you? They say I'm a traitor. As bad as Arvu Vishla? Hardly any name rouses as much rage among crusaders as the name of Aurelu Orshla, a Saraconian witch who initiated the opening of the world wound. Oh. And then made it expand. Almost nothing is known about her life before the atrocity, except that Arlu was condemned for using arcane magic, which was persecuted in Sarkoris, and imprisoned in the Tower of Threshold near the city of Iz. This is where Arlu conducted the ritual that paved the way for the demonic invasion, and left her land to be tormented by the demon lord Descari. In some mysterious way, the witch transformed herself, turning from a regular human into a half-demon. Over the following century, Crusaders only encountered... Alright, fine, I'll do it this way. Only encountered Arelu or the results of her experiments a few times, but learned nothing more of Descari's henchwoman. She holds a high position in the ranks of the Army of the Abyss, and holds the title of World Wound Architect. Sounds like a nice lady. Why do they hate you so much? You really don't know. Stulton gives you a long, morose look, then sighs. I'm the reason why the Crusade forces are held up in fortresses on the edge of the world wound, instead of bringing the fight to the demons. We used to have a foothold in the wound, a mighty, unassailable city of Dresden. Dresden was overtaken by the demonic hordes of the world wound, and now stands a demonic monument to the foolish naivete of those early crusaders. We used to have it, until it fell, and all because of my stupidity. I gave the enemy our main citadel. I was tried, they wanted to execute me, and rightly so, but the queen intervened. She said that I should live a good and fight in order to undo what I had done. So that's how I live, decade after decade, fighting in the Condemned. The Condemned is a military unit made up of petty criminals conscripted as disposable soldiers and frontline fodder in the Mendurian Crusades. Great, the dwarf shrugs. As you can see, I have fixed nothing, and I have earned no one's forgiveness. Are you going to spit in my face too? Wouldn't surprise me. I hope you earn forgiveness. Spit in Stulton's face. Thank you. From the depths of my soul, I thank you. But I haven't had hope for a long, long time. You performed a good action. The whole city fell because of you? How is that possible? What do you mean, how? The knight glares at you from beneath his furrowed brows. If you don't trust the word of a condemned, go ask someone else, like my little brother Joran. And if you still don't believe it, what's it to me? But if you're about to ask me to recount the story of my disgrace for the 1000th time, don't. You really don't have any friends. I couldn't have survived this long if I was completely alone. Joran, my little brother, he keeps me going. He's never abandoned me. Everyone else shies away from me like they might catch what I've got. Even the fighters in the Condemned console themselves by thinking I got stripped of my rank, but I wasn't. But at least I'm not Stulton. Commander Treblade seems to be the only person in the whole army who remembers that I'm a soldier and not a drudge. She has no qualms about taking me into battle. She's had some mud flung at her in the past, or so I hear. That's why she tries to keep an open mind about people. It's no surprise that she's the only one to hold on to her sense of reason in this farce. So many years in the condemned. Surely you've paid your penance by now. That's not up to me to decide. My life is in the Queen's hands. He falls silent for a moment, and then in a trembling voice he adds, the condemned isn't the worst part. All these years I have prayed to Torg for forgiveness. Countless times I've gone to his priests. Countless times I've kneeled before his altars. If only the father of dwarven kind would answer my prayers just once, not to restore what I've lost, but just to tell me that I am still one of his children. But it seems he doesn't give a damn about me. What can I expect from mere mortals when my own god doesn't think I deserve redemption? I have to go. Go on then, maybe we'll see each other again. And dialogue. Wow. Well, I'm going to take the dog out and get some coffee, and then I'll be back. I apologize that I'm kind of breaking early. The dog's making a ruckus, so I should go check on him. Thanks for coming. Thanks for sticking around. I'll see you soon. Okay, sorry about that. I love the music in this game. Alright, where were we? Alright, before I forget, let's put my crap away. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to... Sheila. You have... What do you have? Short bow. These are all composite longbows. Cold iron masterwork. Masterwork, cold iron. Heavy crossbow, what is this? Scimitar. Great sword. Masterwork, great club. For the win. They are still working on the yard, by the way, so it's not going to be quiet anytime soon. Crypt Raider's armor. Oh, I've still got stuff to sell. I gotta equip those. These weigh anything? 0.1 pounds. I wonder how big they are. Studded leather. Potion of bark skin. Potion of blur. What weighs so gosh darn much? Well, actually, I should probably put the shield, chain plate. How much is that? 35 pounds. 30 pounds. 10. 40. What the hell, man? What is this? Chain. Oh, chainmail, yeah. Zero. Zero. So onions weigh a little something. So all of that weight is in scrolls, potions, and food. Oh no, there's some weapons here too. Cold iron dagger. Nice. That'll help. Oh, that's just his weight. Okay. He looks epic. Can't wait until I get him decked out and stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah. Nice. Alright, I'm done gloating. Canabras Crusader, Eagle Watch Crusader. Jernoth? A young man in well-worn traveling clothes and a simple wooden symbol of Erastil on his chest is efficiently cutting a linen robe into strips to use as bandages. Despite his visible exhaustion, he works with zeal, singing some tune about red braids and ripe sheaves of wheat under his breath. He raises his warm chestnut-colored eyes to you. Are you one of the Crusaders? Thank you for defending those of us whose talents lie off the battlefield. I am Jiroth, servant of Erestiel. Pleased to meet you. What are you doing? I only took my holy orders recently, so my god has only bestowed a little of his power upon me. As yet. I'm sorry to say that the number of wounded fighters in this tavern is far beyond my power to heal. But there's a reason people say, have faith in the gods, but look to yourself first. I may not be able to heal the wounded with magic, but I can at least cut up bandages. Are you from around here? No, I was just passing through Canabras. I was sailing down that old man of ours, the great Celian River, to a village by the name of Chili Creek. I happened to land in the city on the eve of the festival, and I'm ashamed to say I decided to stay for a day and enjoy myself. But I ended up staying in the city longer than I had bargained for. Chili Creek, where's that? It's a small fishing village. It's not even marked on some maps. But people do live there. What they don't have is a priest. They have no one to heal their wounds, no one to offer prayers for a good catch, no one to give their dead a dignified burial. And the world wound is a stone's throw away. So, I'll be setting sail for Chili Creek to serve my god and my people. Admirable. Once we've held Canabras, I'll be going there. If by the grace of the good gods we will all survive this, you should come and visit me sometime. You'll find the village here on the bank of the river. The priest marks Chili Creek on your map. Aren't you a young and inexperienced cleric, afraid to go to the border of the world wound? I won't lie, I am afraid, but what can I do? Those villagers are simple people. Every every day of their short lives is spent doing hard, honest work. That's exactly the kind of life I want. Something simple but meaningful. If I had centuries ahead of me like elves do, I might have spent some 50 years or so to travel around the world, the young man says with a smile. Or maybe even 100. Why not? But I don't have time to spare. So, I want to spend my short life in the place where I'm needed most. Even if it's dangerous. Especially if it's dangerous. I could use the help of a cleric. Estral knows I'd be glad to help you, but it's no use. My spells are depleted and I have no training in potions or scrolls. See this robe I'm cutting up for bandages? It's the second to last one. I've got to go. May Estral watch over you. Who is this Estral? Old Deadeye, the Stay God. One of the oldest human gods still worshipped in the Inner Sea region. Estral was among the gods who battled... Huh. Okay then. And dialogue. To the basement! Eagle Watch Crusader. Ah, Sileth. Hillor. Where is... Lon? Is he out here anywhere? Pink Eye? Oh, there's Lon. A tall, fragile-looking elf sits in front of you, eyes closed. He is pale as a ghost. His arms are wrapped in a blood-stained bandage. You spot other bandages on his body under his clothes, but even in such a miserable state, he manages to keep calm. Rising his eyes to meet yours, he says faintly, I am Forn Autumn Hayes. Autumn Hayes, at your service. His pale lips are reddened by blood, but you see no signs of pain or fear in his gray eyes. Do you need help? After giving you a cold, intense look, he shakes his head. Do not trouble yourself on my behalf. A local healer attended to me. Besides, I come from a resilient, hardy people. My body will endure both the wounds and the poison delivered through them. Who are you? My name is Forn Autumn Hayes. I've come here from Keonian because I am a hunter, and all minions of evil are my quarry. I won't say more than that. If you don't mind, we are strangers, and of different races and cultures. I'd rather not tell you more than is necessary. Who wounded you? A sinner and accomplice to demons. The quarry I am hunting is the quarry I am hunting in this inhospitable place. I am Fido Ignitus. You can trust me. I might be able to help you. After a brief pause, Forward says, it would be impolite to refuse such a direct and friendly offer. Who is your quarry here in Mendev? I was hunting a fugitive, a Descrite by the name of Kalesia. It pains me to admit that there are heinous malefactors such as her among my noble kin. I managed to catch up to her in Canabris, and I wounded her. Then demons appeared, and the city was engulfed in flames. I was injured in the battle that ensued, and I couldn't free her soul from its service to her dark master. His expressions he expresses no anger or hatred as he speaks, only compassionate sorrow. Sorry for your misfortune. I hope things will turn out differently next time. I'm getting a phone call, guys. I'm going to pause real quick and take this. Sorry about that, guys. I got a phone call, and it's from someone that knows that I'm streaming, so I assumed that if they were calling, it meant something might have happened. Everything's fine, and they just wanted to give me some information about stuff that was going on real quick, but that was what that was. I apologize for interrupting my stream. There's no need for pity. Our ancient kind is blessed with great longevity. We gain a deeper understanding of the world than other races, and we learn our lessons better than anyone. That goes for learning from our mistakes as well. I survived, which means I will be more prepared when next we meet. I wish to aid you in your hunt. Covers his eyes wearily. I thank you, but this is my mission, and I'm used to facing all manner of terrors on my own. I do appreciate your willingness to help. If you happen to meet Kalesa, take caution. She has turned many innocent souls to the path of evil, and darkness has rewarded her with many gifts. Her appearance alone will tell you that. It is warped. The agate skin, that malicious stare of her blood-red eyes, the bestial teeth. She's more monster than an elf at this point. We'll come back for that. I'd like to know more about you. I wouldn't hold anything back, not who I am, why I made my way here, or who it is that I'm pursuing. Tell me more about yourself. Other peoples tend to believe that identity is the sum of a person's actions and the events that happened to them. For them, I am one of a long line of warriors of Kyonin. This has got to be an elven country. Homeland of the elven race. Who, since his youth, has dedicated himself to hunting evil and injustice. For them, I am a successful and capable huntsman who has tracked down and slain a great many monsters. But I am an elf, and for me, my identity has a different meaning. It is shaped by the place where I was born, and that I love so deeply. I am shaped by what I find beautiful and what makes my heart quicken. By the fears that come to me in the depth of the night, by the things I find so intolerable that at the sight of them my very core darkens and fills with poison. Thus, to tell you who I am, I would require many days and much candor, which is more than you and I have at our disposal. Why did you choose to hunt evil? Because I am the son of a noble and proud nation. We are sometimes criticized for our arrogance, but no one dares doubt our honor. When a crime is committed, we cannot turn a blind eye. If we were to abandon our obligation to oppose evil, if we were to surrender this obligation to other races, we would also relinquish our preeminence. I have refreshed my memory. Remind me. I have no more questions. Oh, good fortune to you. So if I talk to you again, I can come back and do that check later. What is that? World? World. What's in the basement? Is it beer? It's a prison. Surrender our soul, Devin. Ha ha ha. Got you again. How many times is that today? Take your jokes and shove them, tiefling. Whoa, easy there, Chief. Don't hit me. Great. Dart and scale mail. Chainmail and a light hammer.
Beautiful.
Full map. Let's save before I do something I regret. Woljif?
Hey, Chief. Hey, Dreamboat, come over here. I want to talk to you about something. Something really important.
Young tiefling sits cross-legged on the floor. He looks relatively calm for someone in shackles. His tail whips back and forth in agitation.
Quit bothering the decent people in here, Woljif, or I'll knock your teeth out!
What's it to you, Delvin Dum-Dum? You were told to guard me, and I'm not stopping you. But no one told me I had to shut my trap.
Who are you?
Woljif, Woljif Jefto. I deal in useful things. I can get you whatever you want. Anything. But there's just one problem.
Tiefling rattles his chains and gives you a meaningful look. What do you want from me?
I'll lay it out for you. Simple job, 30 minutes tops. We go someplace, talk to someone, and in return, whatever you want, I'll get it for you. Some extra rations? No problem. Armor, weapons, scrolls, you name it. It's as good as yours. If you need my help with something, whistle and I'll be there. I'm handy enough with knives too, and even my magic know-how isn't too shabby.
What a load of guff! If you were good at magic, you wouldn't be stuck in here now, would you?
Don't you listen to him, Chief. He'd find fault with the Queen herself. I'll be useful to have in battle, and I'll sell whatever you want at a reasonable price. It's your lucky day. You won't meet another gem like me in Canabras.
Why are you in chains?
Does it really matter? Don't get hung up on the past, Chief. Don't look to the future. Live in the heat.
He was caught thieving.
Shadow was that?
Get me out of here and I'll tell you. And don't worry, it's not contagious.
I can't help you while you're chained up here. How can I free
That's
you?
easy. You know Irabeth? Feisty looking gal, always wears armor. You can't miss her. She's the meanest fighter in the whole city. When you see her, put in a good word for me, will ya? Tell her there's this guy Woljif locked up for no good reason in the Defender's Heart. Well, for the follies of his youth. And he really wants to get out on bail so he can keep up his good behavior and make a contribution to society. Got that? Will you do it?
Alright, I'll talk to her about your situation.
I knew I could count on you. Knew it the moment I laid eyes on you.
We'll talk later. Delvin, what can you tell me? Go ahead, don't talk too loud though. Take too long though. Talk too loud, wow.
Let's see what we can do.
Eagle Watch. Idra. Lon. How you doing, Lon? Lon greets you with a nod. Here for a chat? I've been waiting for you to come and see what strange beast you've taken into your party. Like to know more about you. Let me guess. Your first question is, can you wear a hat with your one horn? Am I right? You speak common much better than the rest of your tribe. Funny enough, common isn't all that common underground. But your observation is correct. I used to live on the surface with my parents for a while and had a chance to learn a couple things. The language and the fact that every peasant who sees my scaly mug screams demon and runs away. I don't know if you're interested, but my mom wasn't from an underground tribe. She was a smuggler. The kind that used the dungeons of Canabras to secretly move and store goods. One time, two gangs couldn't agree on how to share a prime cut, got into a fight, and the winners threw the losers down a hole, dead and living alike. My dad went to check on if the corpses had anything useful on them, and he found a girl, from the surface barely clinging to life. An incredible feeling sparked between them. Or maybe the girl just liked men with scales and cat noses. And a cat nose. That might be it. One way or another, he got her back on her feet, and he later even left his home caves. She left her smuggling behind, and they began an honest life together. That's the delightful story of how old Lon came into this world. The next chapter, however, my family and I never stayed in one place for long. We lived sometimes on the surface, sometimes underground. We couldn't find a place to call home. Living in the caves was hard on Ma and Ma, and my dad's appearance raised too many questions in Medev. They're at war against the demons, after all. In the end, my parents decided to stop making each other miserable and separated. My father and I returned to our tribe. I think the peasants' screaming demon had something to do with it. Or maybe Dad just couldn't stand life without a rat tail soup. I wouldn't rule out that possibility. Did you come with me so you could see the surface again? No, that wasn't it. I just don't have much patience for certain types of creatures. Demons, I mean. If they want to destroy Canabras, I'll be on the side of the people they're attacking. Lon, you're my companion, and companions should trust each other. I'm counting on you to give me an honest answer, no excuses. I guess you're right. I shouldn't have been so evasive. It's just that some things are hard to talk about. My family, for example. My birth, hell, take me. Turned out to be a great misfortune for my parents. All because I'm relatively healthy. I'm the best thing that can come from a marriage between a cave-dwelling mongrel and someone from the surface. A healthy child with the right number of hands and feet. No apparent defects, no missing organs, or other problems. They saw hope in me, so risked having more children. They thought it would somehow be all right. A glow edges into Lom's eyes. I could have had 4 brothers. The first was born 2 years after me and died 3 years later. He didn't have a nose, nothing even remotely resembling one. He could only breathe through his mouth. Mom and Dad were afraid to take their eyes off of him for fear he'd choke and suffocate on something. But in the end, it was his weak heart that killed him. Then there was another pregnancy, a birth. I pretended I was sleeping, but snuck out of my room to listen under the door. All those hours, it was very strange, but I never heard the newborn screaming. Mom moaning, yes, the priest praying. Then I dared to open the door a little and looked inside. The priest stood there very pale. One of them was holding something, a small object that fit in the palm of his hand. He asked, "Do you know what this is?" And the other said, "I think it's a head." Oh gosh. It turned out that this time Mom was expecting triplets. The first of the babies was born in pieces. The 2 others didn't live long enough to draw their first breath. About 3 weeks later, my father took me to the caves. He didn't want to leave. I could see it in his face. But I think my mom and he decided it together. The curse my people have carried since the first crusade stood between them. Not to mention the 4 dead babies. And old age was rapidly taking its toll on my father. After he returned to the cave, he only lived another 4 years. So if you're asking me why I decided to go up with you to the surface and join the Crusades, well, the answer is I've always wanted to. I was afraid to leave my tribe, but it's always haunted me that I'd die in a world where 4 Crusades could do nothing to stop the beasts from the abyss. And the number of victims kept growing. I wanted to change that, or at least try to. And if changing things is too much to ask, then at least get a little revenge. The ones who are behind the world wound owe me a great debt. The lives of 4 brothers, all my mother's tears, my father's broken heart. It's a lot. It's so much that killing a couple of demons won't do it for me. I want to do something real, and I'm ready to pay any price. Call it my personal crusade if you like. I used to think that things would be better if I'd never been born. But now I think I was born for this, to settle the score. Why didn't you go up to join the Crusades? Couldn't just abandon my tribe. I'm their best hunter. They'll have it much harder without me. But now that the demons have nearly destroyed Canabras, and the caves almost collapsed on our heads, sitting and waiting it out just wasn't an option anymore. Anyway, I'm more useful up here than I am down there. Plus, the chief let me go, which means my debt to the tribe has been paid. Would you like to find your mother? No. The words fly from Lon's mouth faster than an arrow. Then after a pause he continues, I don't want to meet her. Not because I feel any resentment. It's just that she's a half-elf. She's barely got her first gray hair, and I'll be a ramshackled old man. She's buried enough children. There's no need to make her witness the death of another. I hope you understand. I'm very sorry, truly. Well, then, I'm very lucky. I met someone who not only helped me choose the right path, but is happy to listen to my whining. Your parents' love didn't survive hardship, but that doesn't mean the same thing will happen to you. What if you find true love? Someone who won't leave you no matter what. And break my beloved's heart when I die in her arms 5 years later? That's a fine thing to do to the person you love. Then again, there's a chance I'll inspire some tragic bard to write a tearful ballad. Thanks for sharing. But you don't look like you're getting old or dying. How old are you? I'm as old as I look. No surprise there. But remember Sol? He's 10 years older than me. I remember him back when he was a fearless warrior, and day by day I watched him turn into an old man. Him and my father. It happens very quickly. First you miss a shot because you didn't see the target as clearly as you used to. You think it's because your eyes are tired. You tell yourself it'll get better tomorrow. Then you notice you're having trouble breathing and climbing is harder than before. Your fingers stop bending. You have to tie your sword to your hand. You can't even put on your greaves without help. When you're washing your face in a stream, sometimes you catch sight of a gray-haired, wrinkled old man that you don't recognize. And this goes on until one day you come across a cave beast and you realize you can't outrun it. That's a happy thought. My dad kept diaries marking all the signs, and I saw it too. The last year, I had to help him get out of bed, help him dress, remind him to eat. Sometimes he forgot my name. I told him that we should have stayed on the surface, and he joked that dodging a goddess was behavior unworthy of a crusader. He meant Pharasma. Every morning I woke up and checked how I feel, but there are no signs yet. Even so, I know I don't have much time. I need to do something useful before I forget why I came here. Wendelog. Are you sure? Alright. Tell me about your connection with Wendelog. My connection to Wendelog? I mean, where do I start? We grew up together, trained together. She was the chief's daughter. She was groomed to be the best all her life. And then I came along. We were rivals, but we dragged each other out of tight spots, too. I've always been drawn to grand heroic gestures, sometimes idiotic ones. Whereas Wendelog liked to roam unexplored passages, finding new caves and making maps. She wanted to be a great huntress, the one who'd make it through the shield maze. But instead Lon shakes his head. It'd be better if she died. The death of a friend is painful, but watching a friend become a shadow of their former self is unbearable. She doesn't think she's a shadow of her former self. Of course, she thinks she did everything right. Because the second she starts to doubt herself, she'll have to face the truth. To admit that she's just a cannibal that demons use as they wish. She wants to get stronger and stronger. But what for? I'll never understand what drives her. Or were you more than that? Were you just friends or were you more than that? Wow, you really don't pull your punches, do you? There was a time when I asked myself the same question. Wendelug knew me better than anyone. She understood me better than anyone. She was my first woman. But we never loved each other. Maybe I could have grown to love her, but it always seemed like she never understood what love was. Maybe she just wasn't capable of those kinds of feelings. So, can you wear a hat with your one horn? Sure I can, but certain designs don't suit me too well. Land speaks in a deadly serious voice. Thank you. How long do we want to be here? What do you think of life on the surface? It must be very different from life underground. Of course, as far as living conditions, the surface is definitely a better place to be. It's easier to get good food and water, not to mention build a house, and even grow a few things. In older, well-established settlements, you don't have to deal with anything scarier than rats, and maybe foxes stealing chickens. As for the kind of lives you have, I heard a story about demon worshippers abducting a whole family and sacrificing them one by one while the others watched, but there were some brave crusader knights nearby, and they killed the villains and saved everyone. And I heard another story. A young blacksmith lost his arm in a fire, couldn't work to feed his wife and baby. They tried their best and lived from hand to mouth, but they were still destitute. In the end, the desperate blacksmith robbed a traveler one night on the road, but there were some brave crusader knights nearby, and they caught the robber and threw him in prison. Not long after, his wife smothered their baby and hung herself. Wow. Wow. Up here, the same person can proudly say he's protecting the innocent from demons, and then look the other way while the same innocent starves just because they were born into a poor family. Queen Gallifrey prolongs her life with sun orchid elixirs that cost enough to feed an entire city. Back in our caves, everyone is equally poor, and if one person starves, the whole tribe starves. We don't abandon our own in times of trouble. That's the power of a tribe. The laws on the surface are made so that some get everything and others get nothing. I might just be a naive fool from the caves, but I don't understand how it's possible to have so much more and share so much less. I'd never leave a needy person in trouble. I've been given more than most, which means I'm now more able to help others. We're in a struggle for our very survival against the abyss. This is no time to upend society in quests for fairness. Chaotic. Oh yes, I also have a quest for our feckless questions for our feckless aristocracy. Evil, stop whining. I clawed my own way up, and anyone who can't do the same is just lazy or weak. I don't choose what family I was born into. I just live with what I got. Good or the last one? I mean, I suppose it all kind of dictates my path that I get. I tenderly give back. A fitting reply. Don't take my words as a reproach. I like grumbling as much as cracking jokes. I don't think you belong in my party. Tell me about your people. Of course, what would you like to know? What is it like living in the caves? Oh, Lon gives you a broad smile. His smile is strange, as if it falters where his human features meet his animal ones. Imagine that in the entire world there's only a few hundred like you. There's not an inch of fertile ground anywhere. Nowhere to grow grain for bread, or cotton, and linen for cloth. Your neighbors are beasts who want to eat you, or parasites who want to infect you with their larvae, and then eat you. And it's not that bad, because you can try to eat most of the things that are trying to eat you. Sometimes at the risk of getting poisoned, sometimes with almost no risk at all. In the worst years, there's not a single living thing anywhere to be found, predator or prey. That's when you eat mushroom soup. I'd say 3 times a day. But there was barely enough for once every 3 days. Yeah. But life underground has its upsides, pun intended. There's no risk of losing the roof over your head. There's no bad weather, not counting the earthquakes, of course. Are you really the descendants of the first Crusaders? More like demon spawn, aren't we? Sad but true. Without the demons, there would be no mongrels. It's the magic of the world wound that affected our ancestors and made their children the way we are. Like most in our tribe, Chief Sol fancies himself a descendant of the underground Crusaders, the ones our heroic ancestors left to guard the caves. I don't know if it's true or not. That angel came to our caves for a reason. Maybe he remembered us. Those were evil and dangerous times after the First Crusade. Hundreds of Crusaders began having children, and the babies were born with fangs and horns and warts that covered half their face. People didn't like the new look. The Inquisitors sure didn't. So our ancestors fled persecution and made a home for themselves down there, under the ground. They probably intended to find a cure for their children and hoped to return in time, but it never happened. Instead, the world wound's terrible legacy was passed down from generation to generation. Mongrel parents can only guess what their children will look like. Each of us is born with a new mutation. Many mutations are fatal. Down in the caves, we usually don't congratulate the family for the birth of a child until they turn at least 3. Most don't even get a name before that. There's no point. It's been a long time since the First Crusade. Why do you know so little about your ancestors? Our lives are much shorter than most uplanders. But here only a few generations pass. Up here only a few generations passed, and many still live who remember old Socrates as it stood untouched by the demons. Queen Galafri, for example. But where we live, mongrels start getting old much earlier than humans, much faster and with more devastating consequences. Few live past 40, and fewer still live long enough to die of old age. Hunger, disease, and monsters from the deep are more effective killers than time. So for us, the story of the First Crusade is a legend that happened generations ago. There are no living witnesses. We have a tale of the wise and great ancestors who left us to stand guard in the catacombs, but in reality, I suspect they were desperate wretches who couldn't figure out how to dispel the demonic plague and who were abandoned by their own kind. Do you have a way to tell day and night? You can't see the sun in your caves. Every mongrel settlement has a big gong. which retreat like a relic. The Gong Keeper hits it twice a day to mark the beginning and end. But this custom doesn't keep time very precisely. Every Mongol child has snuck up to the gong to strike it at the wrong time at least once, just out of pure mischief. Nothing could keep me away from it, not even the fact that I only have one ear, which meant it would take double the punishment once I was caught. So sometimes the wrong strikes get mixed in with the right ones, and the tribe can find itself jumping up to greet the morning in the middle of the night. Do Mongol tribes fight each other? There were some skirmishes, and I've been forced to kill my kinfolk before too. Fights most often break out over food. We have laws in the caves, written and unwritten rules that we follow. We respect one another's right to live, but hunger, it can push a person over the edge. I've never you can count on that, stolen someone else's kill. But I can understand those of my kin who tried. To hear your kids beg for food and not be able to feed them is terrible. You're the only member of the tribe to call your people mongrels. Why is that? Oh, because all of Galadriel calls us that. I don't see the point of all the hemming and hawing over what we're called. Anyone who finds it offensive or takes issue with it can lead the charge against the name. No one's stopping them. But personally, I'm not going to pick a fight over something as unimportant as a name. We get through all this lore stuff and then we can move on. That's what I'm telling myself, at least. You said you were prepared to risk your life to do something meaningful. What exactly do you mean? To invent a new salad and have it named after me, Lynn remarks grimly. Then he sighs. Truth be told, I don't know. It would be much easier if all I really wanted was to kill demons. Then a few more demons, then more demons after that. Good, honest rage, and no needless brooding. I think I actually envy the warriors who can live like that. But I can't. If life's taught me anything, it's that there are no easy choices. Dying a glorious death isn't enough. Some heroes of the Crusades did that and also saved entire settlements. Erected the ward stones. Their actions kept the lands of Medev safe for decades. That's what I want. For my dumb short life to have meant something. You think I have an exaggerated opinion of myself. Some scaly freak claws out of the caves and wants to take control of the wardstone and flaunt Iomede's banner. Any fool can charge at the front lines of the demonic armies. And die there. But what good will that do? I want something meaningful, you know? Even if I have to pay the highest price, especially if I have to pay it. There are plenty of worthier people who need to survive this war and tell everyone else what nutcases we were. He has a very realistic look at the world, in my opinion. And yet doesn't allow it to crush him. Thanks for the answers. So long. Idaroth. Imposing young Ord is surrounded by a crowd of crusaders who are hanging onto her every word. I hope this example clearly illustrates the difference between Jitska, first human kingdom to establish itself, legionaries from the last war, and the crusaders. The perfection of form and spirit they were imbued with during creation turned them into parts of a well-balanced war machine. Not a ragtag bunch of individuals, but a united whole. What are the Jitska? Devastated, caves by earthfall. Blah 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 blah. Military and economic power. Now tell me again why I am supposed to be impressed by your reckless assaults, where everyone is fighting for their ego and for the right to beat their peers to a swift but pointless heroic sacrifice. Some of the Crusaders grumble unhappily, but it is clear that they are captivated by the woman's words. The only exception is a scraggly and disheveled halfling monk who puffs black eye, whose puffy black eye gives him away as a brawler and a troublemaker. He enthusiastically pushes forward and tries to engage, but one of his friends swiftly jabs him in the back with an elbow, making the poor fellow pause to catch his breath. Quietly listen to the discussion. One of the Crusaders angrily curls his fist tightly and retorts with a burst of passion. If those jizzits of yours, or whatever, had come for us, we'd have their guts for garters. You think we've never fought a mighty adversary before? The soldier's stern face cannot fully conceal his relish. He clearly plans to enjoy this confrontation. The Crusaders around him look upon their exotic opponent with a mixture of irritation and piqued interest. The woman chuckles before cutting off her own interlocutor. I would love to see you storm a 60-foot tall walking castle shaped like a gigantic elephant that carries siege fortifications on its back. And I'll have you know, those fortifications were defended by the priest craftsmen armed with demon-bound war machines. They use the enemies you cannot defeat as mindless weapons. The woman gives the people around her a triumphant look as she adjusts her hair and with pointed nonchalance. Her voice takes on a lecturer's tone. You should not argue with someone who happens to be the most authoritative researcher on the history of warfare 3,000 years before the foundation of Abastome. Woman looks at you and flashes an amused smile. The lecture is over. Do my esteemed listeners have any questions? Who are you? I am Indra, a warrior, magus, and scholar of classical warfare from Gurand. The woman peers at you apprehensively, then sighs. I admit that I am mildly offended by the fact that my name is entirely unfamiliar to you. But I am willing to accept that this is due to the isolation from the sophisticated culture of the world at large. You've come a long way to be here. I like to think of myself as an inhabitant of Glorium, and I don't narrowly identify with any country in particular. Why'd you come here? To witness a legendary war. The confrontation between denizens of a plain famous for its love of violence and the Crusaders from every continent, united by the common goal of defending their home. An epic struggle of colossal proportions. That hasn't been particularly epic so far, truth be told. Pink eye. The monk with a black eye grins and mutters under his breath. Maybe she just can't see it from here. The view will get way more epic if she stops hiding among us and takes a walk outside. The woman smirks contemptuously. She does not deem the monk's words worthy of comment. Looks like you know more about warfare than any of us. I disagree. The Crusaders are doing a commendable job at resisting the demons. Oh yes, the situation we find ourselves in can attest to that. But then again, demons are no better. Their preferred strategy also involves brute strength, mindless assault, and unfounded confidence in their superiority. Just like you. Why did you join the Crusaders why don't you join the Crusaders and show how the fight should be done? No, I am a historian, an analyst, a theorist. Do you know what these three words have in common? They describe a mortal woman who does not particularly participate in the conflict upon which her thesis will be founded. But then again, I will hardly be able to describe this mess as anything other than a feeble likeness of the last war of Jitstaka. The more dangerous the upcoming scuffle is, the more motivated we are to find clever and petty words to justify not actually doing the fighting. What is this last war you mentioned? The last war of Jitstaka. Of course, a large-scale conflict that took place 3,000 years before the foundation of Abzolam. It was a war against the Osirian pharaoh of forgotten plagues. The war that ended the legendary Jitstaka Imperium. An epic struggle that became the most vibrant page in military history. Alas, all conflicts that followed were but a pale shadow, including the one I'm witnessing here. Why is it so inspiring? Imagine legions of golems imbued with extraordinary spirits marching into battle, imagine flying cities that swooped out of the clouds like terrifying monstrous birds of prey to drop forces on top of enemy castles. Picture gigantic mechanisms powered by captive and very angry demons and devils. Imagine standing in the warpath of walking citadels, or having to cover your ears to block out the sound of cannons loaded with shrieking elementals. Finally, imagine the ultimate weapon that defeated the Jitstaka, the deadly night plague. This affliction was an attack dog, a trained epidemic, a tamed pestilence, striking only those who its master wanted to kill. Imagine all these terrors and understand that no flight of fancy, can even come close to the horror of the nightmares that they made real. How do you know so much about the last war? I can say without false modesty that there is no more authoritative researcher on Golarion when it comes to the history of warfare 3,000 years before the foundation of Abzolam. I've dedicated my whole life to this subject. I've personally visited old battlefields and studied the most mysterious and forbidden archives containing chronicles of ancient wars, sometimes risking my life in the process. I saw a fallen city of the Shori Empire with my own eyes. I ripped out the control crystal from an exterminator-class combat golem that guarded a Jitstaka laboratory with my own hands. These fingers held the glass flask that the servants of Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues used to create the first generation of pestilence that devastated the Jitstaka Imperium. How do I know so much? I saw and touched everything I'm telling you about. You're wrong to treat the Crusaders with such disdain. Allow me to explain. A debate? Oh, I will be happy to prove the current conflict can't hold a candle to the last war of Justaka. Very well, the last war of Justaka was waged using a significantly greater number of troops. Both sides actively relied on reinforcements from allied planes. Their strategic planning was perfect through no fewer than 7 rounds of intensive design. None of the above applies to this war of yours. Compared to the Justaka, we are but stone club wielding kobolds. Ouch. I would like to conclude my thesis with a few words of wise counsel from Dagon, an advisor to the Pharaoh of Forgotten Plagues. I doubt you will comprehend the true genius of his statement, but here it is nevertheless. A gladfly sees the ox pays no heed to the gladfly, but crimson fever takes them both. Wow. The events of the past are shrouded in legend, but the fate of the world is being decided here and now. That is what you fail to grasp. What is my bonus? I get a plus 11, so I need to roll a 4 or better. Or a 10 or better. Principles of war are always the same. Weapons, curses, and resources may change. Causes may change, but the fundamentals remain the same. Woo! The earnestness on the faces of those around you has taken away almost placid, encouraging her to backtrack and stumble over words. Of course, I'm not trying to diminish the importance of current events. What I'm trying to say is that from the standpoint of history, and particularly the history of warfare, she falls silent, fixedly staring at the unfriendly eyes in her audience. The true importance of these developments won't become obvious until later. Indra offers a pretentious dismissal. As a scholar, I cannot deny that there is a certain truth beneath your skeptical statements. History is a complex discipline rooted in fact and an evidentiary base that grows ever more meager the further the described period is from the present moment. Of course, if I were to argue in bad faith, the way Crusaders established their tales of slaying a single Brimmarok by adding a dozen Balors, for example, I could win this debate, but I am above such things, and therefore I am forced to admit that your skepticism is not entirely without merit. Have you changed your mind about joining the Crusades? I don't see the point. The Crusades appear to be quite confident in your skills. If nothing else, you've presented your arguments to me with extreme confidence. Elena unbuckles her sword belt and hands you the weapon. This is a worthy blade. It will be of use not only for the strong, but also for the wise. Claw of Justaka. And this is where I bid you farewell. Before the end of the day, I was planning to observe how winged demons use pack tactics to drive their prey like herds of livestock. It's about time I go back to my research. The hint of a smile graces Idronia's lips when she sees disappointment in the eyes of many crusaders around her. Stay safe. And you're just going to use a teleportation spell. That is a waste of a spell slot, lady. It's a short sword. What is this? This is a long sword. swords beyond radiance. 1d6 fire damage? Dang. It's an enchanted blade. Finesse. This might actually be a good thing to replace. Cold iron, finesse, wielding. To 13 damn. Oh, you can't even. What? It can't be equipped by this character? Dang. You can equip it though. Maybe that's what we should have you equip instead of the comma. We'll put it as a third slot. Cold iron dagger would be a good choice too. Dart. I'm gonna go horse by the end of this. I like my wolf form. Spinner of Nightmares. Received item. £2. Sermons. £2. So I should get the books and stuff out of my inventory. Hilor. What do you have to say, Hilor? A tall, athletic man greets you. His hair is prematurely gray and worn close to his head in a military style. He is lean and well-groomed, and a monocle twinkles coldly in his eye. The bold set of his jaw and his large but agile frame attest that here is a man who is always ready to be on the move. Greetings, I am Hilor, Venture Captain of the Pathfinder Society. I'm the superior officer among Pathfinders in this region of Mendev. However, the Society is running almost no operations here right now. Besides me, there are almost no Pathfinders here. Actually, I'm only stuck here because of an old feud with a demon worshipper known as the Spinner of Nightmares. I've had to work alone without the support of the Society, but I've made a lot of acquaintances among the local mercenaries and daring fighters. If you need any good fighters for an honest cause, talk to me. Tell me about your confrontation with the Spinner of Nightmares. It all began with a task of the Pathfinder Society. I arrived in Narosian with my team to investigate the sudden death of a famous crusader, Baron Florin. We soon focused in on a small hospital for the wealthy, where Florin was being treated shortly before his death. It turned out that a gang of Baphomet's cultists, calling themselves the Labyrinth of Mind, had gotten a foothold at the hospital. They were obsessed with twisting the minds of their victims and targeting fragile people too weak to resist. The hospital was filled with perfect victims, isolated for weeks from the outside world, completely helpless. And when they returned, they were different, almost normal, but the moment they heard a certain phrase, something dark awoke in their mind, and they transformed into servants of Bahamut, ready to lie, betray, and even kill. The Labyrinth of Mind was preparing to infiltrate all the elite circles in Mendev, but Baron Felron stopped them. He was too loyal to his oath and too resistant to their spells. He fought for his freedom until the strain broke his heart. We opened and cleaned the city of Baphomet's pit of vipers. Their den was a cradle of sin and filth. They cast spells on each other, and their loathsome fantasies stepped real from their minds into the world. They dreamt of horrible and forbidden things. And they fought like mad. We burned the place to the ground and slaughtered everyone we could. But the leaders of the cult were able to flee. And they were set upon revenge. They abducted my daughter, Lori, who served under my command in the Pathfinder Society. They left me a note full of tart insults, mockery, and sneers. From the note, I learned the name of my enemy, the Spinner of Nightmares. A few months later, I confirmed that she was the leader of the Labyrinth of Mind. My hunt had begun. I would get Lori back at any cost. I want to know more about you. I need brave and experienced fighters. My companions and I need good training. I'll get a great mentor for the first few times. He'll train your fighters free of charge. Select. Oh, so this allows you to retrain.
What's going on here?
Oh yeah, that's me. Only brave and experienced fighters? You can rely on my lads, but you'll have to pay them. 4,500 is their standard rate. I don't have that right now. Want to know more about you? Tell me about the Pathfinder Society. Pathfinder Society is a global organization that unites opportunists and adventurers of all kinds. We explore the world and uncover its secrets, travel, and sometimes face down threats. In times of trouble, the latter becomes our primary focus. We're driven by curiosity and the desire to make the world a better place. And, of course, some seek profit or hunger for glory. But in any case, it's hard work. They might send you anywhere on a mission. Weaklings have little place in the society. It's more for seasoned fighters. There are society lodges in many cities. The closest one is in Nerosian. They're each led by venture captains, lads like me. The Grand Lodge is in Absalom, the center of the world. The Decemvir sits there, the anonymous council of our leaders. How'd you end up here? I was working an assignment, demon worshippers, blah blah blah. Tell me about your daughter. As a girl, she was just an angel. We lost her mother early on. She was left to follow my example, a drifter with little idea of how to talk to a 10-year-old girl. But even with such questionable parenting, Lori managed to grow into a wonderful girl. Brave, smart, beautiful, and entirely unbearable. She always argued with me about everything. When Lori was 18 and told me she was going to be a Pathfinder, all I said was, all right. I knew there was no use to try and talk her out of it. And she was a fine Pathfinder. Fist clench with a painful sounding crack. I'll never forgive the Spinner of Nightmares for taking my girl from me. I have no more questions. Good luck, watch your back. Only trust your closest friends. The enemy is cunning and treacherous. Sela smiles at you warmly. Hey there! During that march through the dungeon, we never got the chance to exchange a proper greeting. It's high time I shake your hand. I'd like to know more about you. Of course, ask anything. I'll answer honestly. Tell me about yourself. Where are you from? I'm a little bit from Geb, a little bit from Katapesh, but mostly from the Knights of Aomade. I was accepted and began my training at 14. I belong to their ranks more than I belong to any other place. You've come to Mandev by a long road, haven't you? A very long one. A traveler is expected to have amusing stories. Unfortunately, I have only 3 tales of any interest, and I like to save them for our next feast. Otherwise, I won't have anything to show for myself when it's time to start bragging, and that just won't do. Especially since I'll win the night with my contemporary tale of a battle with chupacabras. You can't tempt me with a story about fighting chupacabras and then not follow through. What are chupacabras, by the way? Incredibly repulsive magical beasts, fast and dangerous. They can... Well, it looks like someone's fooled me into starting the tale. I guess now I'll have to tell the whole story. Picture your small town in Quidar, and down in the dungeons there's 2 murderers waiting to be executed. The gallows are already built for them, the ropes been bought, but sometimes life takes a surprising turn. Suddenly a paladin of Iomade appears in the doorway and offers the murderers a deal. If they go with her to fight some monsters, they live. If they survive, that is. There's a big difference between imminent death and probable death, with a glimmer of hope, wouldn't you say? So, here we are, traveling through the desert, me and my friend, a priest of Serenre, along with the little ratfolk fella who'd asked for our help, and the 2 cutthroats. We get to the ratfolk village, and saw their bodies lying around, all drained dry. We figured we'd have to fight vampires. That's how the little rat folk described the monsters who attacked their village. That's why we went all brazen-like. The sun was high, and the vampires couldn't attack until dusk. Excuse me one moment. But we never got a chance to look around. Black shadows quick as the wind, attacked us from all sides. Not vampires, but chupacabras. One of the lads we pulled from the gallows got killed right away. The second one ran for his life. That left me, the ratfolk, and Kira. That was the name of the priestess. And we all steeled ourselves for a fight for our lives. Ourselves for the fight of our lives. And just when we thought the end had come, with the chupacabras surrounding me like a pack of dogs around a bear, and our ratfolk friend wounded and down, and the teeth of the quickest of those blasted monsters was clenched on Kira's shoulder. Right then, when all hope was lost, the other lad from the gallows suddenly came running back. He kills the beast attacking Kira. I'm sure you know what a turning point in a fight looks like. Well, that was it. A moment before we were lost. A moment later, we had it back under control. The chupacabras dropped dead one by one. The little rat folk is united with his family, who were hiding in the basement. The priestess and I closed the eyes of that boy from the gallows who saved us. It was a shame he didn't survive the fight. May the gods keep his soul in its journey through the afterlife. That's a good story. He could have died in disgrace on the gallows, but instead died a hero. and I'd fancy the stunt earned him some points in his final judgment. It's smart to remember our journey doesn't end in death. It had not been for the mercy Milos, that was his name, would be hanging from a noose, and me and Kira and all the rat folk would be dead in the village, in that village. Someone told me that a kind deed done by an unkind person is 100 times more precious. By the same token, an evil done by a noble soul is 100 times more horrifying. That's what I really wanted to say. Chupacabras were just a good starting point. What made you become a paladin of Iomade? That's a serious question. And a good one. You should ask it of your companions. But it's a long story. To start with, 12 years ago, I was nothing like the person I am now. I roamed the streets of Sulk with the other homeless orphans. I stole, I fought. I was a hired sword for a bit. Not the proper origin for a paladin, is it? Back then, Sulk was a city of orphans, widows, and widowers. Gnolls decimated the city regularly. My parents were among their victims. People were there, heard about new deaths before they'd finished mourning their previous losses. One day, a group of knights of Iomade brought a glimmer of hope to the city, but while others saw them as saviors and protectors, I was busy pricing up their noble horses and their gleaming mithril armor, wondering just how much one of their pretty swords would fetch. A thief lives one day at a time. That's what they say. I was the type that never thought past the next job. Anyhow, I was about to sneak into the knight's camp and steal one of their mithril helms. Seelith pauses, her voice sad and measured. And I was right there when a gnoll attacked the helm's owner. Akimi was her name, and dealt a blow to her unprotected head. A gnoll like all those others she'd fearlessly driven from the gates of Sulk. The one blow was fatal, but who really was to blame for her death? The gnoll attacker or the young thief named Shiel? I know that it takes what it takes to survive. I can't judge you. Well, I can. I believe everyone deserves a chance at redemption. But redemption means you understand what you did, and you're willing to be harder on yourself from now on. But you were asking what brought me into the ranks of the Iomade's warriors. We all chose the paladin's path for our own reasons. We are guided by a nobility of spirit, some by a desire to fight injustice. I became who I am through penance and a debt unpaid. The day Asimi died protecting my city, I wanted to kill myself for the terrible guilt I felt. And then I realized it wouldn't make the world any better. And I decided that instead I'd try to take her place. I'd become who she had been and protect the innocent that she would no longer be able to protect. What are the principles of the Paladins of Iomade? I'll tell you. I like to recite our code. It feels like I've said it 1,000 times. But it never gets old. There is strength in these words. After a pause, she begins, her voice slow and meditative. I will learn the weight of my sword. Without my heart to guide it, it is worthless. My strength is not in my sword, but in my heart. If I lose my sword, I have lost a tool. If I betray my heart, I have died. I will have faith in the inheritor. I will channel her strength through my body. I will shine in her legion, and I will not tarnish her glory through base actions. I am the first into battle, and the last to leave it. I will not be taken prisoner by my free will. I will not surrender those under my command. I will never abandon a companion, though I will honor sacrifice freely given. I will guard the honor of my fellows, both through thought and deed, and I will have faith in them. When in doubt, I may force my enemies to surrender, but I am responsible for their lives. I will never refuse a challenge from an equal. I will give honor to worthy enemies and contempt to the rest. I will suffer death before dishonor. I will be tempered in my actions and moderate in my behavior. I will strive to emulate Iomede's perfection. I learned everything I want to. That's an interesting tale. Oh, so much talking. What do you think of what's going on in Canabras? It's complete chaos. It's lucky we're here to handle it, right? Sela smiles brightly, then she gives you a worried look. Does the way I talk bother you? I know I can seem blasé. Many good people, and are protecting Terendelev, died here in Canabras. A paladin of Iomade is expected to be properly respectful and solemn. But I prefer to face my troubles with a smile and a bit of common sense. Grief is a weapon they'll use against you. It can undermine a warrior's spirit. It's better we hold off on grief until we've driven the last demon and cultist from our city. If we want to win, we can't mourn our deceased day and night. Plus, joy heals the soul. I might go with that if it wasn't labeled chaotic. The wisdom in the traditions of mourning. There's wisdom in the traditions of mourning, and one shouldn't reject them. All the more so if inappropriate merriment could offend other mourners. Many people's loved ones perished in Canabras. I'm not bothered by how you talk. What matters is how you fight. I don't like any of these answers. I mean, there's a point to all three of them. Well, except for the last one. But the last one, I think, is the one I'll probably end up going with. Though it seems so indifferent. I mean, I guess if I was to respond with it, it's to each their own. There is wisdom in both mourning the dead and not causing issue for those that mourn, while at the same time, to mourn the dead is to stay in one place without moving forward. Good old philosophy and religion. Now that would be a fun class to take. Religions of D&D. Or religions of Pathfinder. Those could be fun. I don't think they'll ever exist, but those could be fun. Joy heals the soul. It's nice when you and your comrades think alike. Sela smiles softly. You perform a chaotic action. Is fighting demons all you want, or are you looking for something more? How about covering myself in glory and becoming the hero of 100 ballads? Or at least a dozen, if they're lively ones. Sheila's eyes shine cheerfully. Anyway, to be more serious, the area around the World Wound is the best place for a paladin who wishes to defend the weak and serve good. Being part of the crusade is reward enough for me. But there's something that worries me. I don't want to sound like I'm criticizing my brothers in arms, but the Eagle Watch and the other orders are focused on just one aim, the war against the World Wound. That's why they can sometimes overlook the smaller things, ordinary misfortunes, you know? I always liked being a wandering knight because any moment I could get up and go help a poor rat folk whose family had been kidnapped, or an old woman whose favorite dog had gone missing. So here's my answer. I don't have some big important goal, but I'll be happy to help those who need it. A little bit here and there. A nice sentiment. Your friend has gone missing. Do you know where she could be? Worried about her fighters. I understand that. I wanted to look for Joanna myself, so I didn't distract you. But since you're in this too, I could use the help. Joanna and I met in Canabras a few days ago and just hit it off. We went drinking together. We went to that unforgettable celebration together too. But we got separated in the crowd, so we should start looking for them from the main square. That's where I last saw her. She's a good fighter, even if she is green. She couldn't have become an Eldorian otherwise. I hope that means she's alright. Thank you for speaking with me. Until next time. And dialogue. Bleh. Eagle Watch. Erebeth. Erebeth rubs her red and tired eyes. Any success? How's the city? There's a tiefling changed up in the Defender's Heart. What can you tell me about him? Wojif is a petty thief from a gang of thieflings. Nice. Operating in Canabras. That's what we call them in these parts. They tried to rob a vendor of magic items recently. Unfortunately, we apprehended only one of them, and the rest managed to escape. We have nowhere else to keep him apart from the Defender's Heart, but that's hardly a prison. Wojef knows it, too. He's been begging us for days to let him go free or have someone vouch for him. He's already asked you to put in a good word for him, hasn't he? If you want to recruit Wojef and put him to good use, go ahead and take him off our guards' hands. We can ill afford to let a soldier spend their days watching over a middling thief. I hope the tiefling proves useful should you decide to take him along. Tell me about the Eagle Watch. It was a small order created to fight not only demons, but also the enemy within, to maintain the purity of the paladin ranks, prevent heresy, and identify spies. And it failed miserably at that. The Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth infiltrated it and formed their nest within its ranks. After the Queen entrusted me with leading the order, Evira and I practically built it from scratch. We got rid of the dead weight, people who weren't committed. We organized ways to transmit messages and orders safely. We introduced reliable ciphers. We found tacit allies around the city, from crusader orders to street beggars. This was my personal crusade, to purge the city of the Templars who had infested it. And I thought I was winning. I could feel it. We were so close to driving the cultists out of Canabras, but it's hard to admit, but those successes didn't count for much once the demons entered the city. On the contrary, if it wasn't for you, there wouldn't be a headquarters in the Defender's Heart. The cultists would have served up the city on a platter to the demons. Yes, that's true. It's a good thing we achieved something. Thank you. Alright, I want to figure out what these Ivory Labyrinth Templars are. Pledging their lives to Baphomet, these cultists scheme to subvert the good works of the Crusaders. They cause trouble in the Crusader camps, instigate fights, and egging participants on to greater violence. Okay. Allow me to ask a few personal questions. Please, but I must warn you, there are some things I don't have the right to discuss. How'd you become a paladin? I don't like to remember it. Believe it or not, the story of how I became a paladin is also the story of how I failed to become a knight. My parents were crusaders. Many their souls stand together in Iomede's celestial army. When I was born, they retired from the war and started preparing me to continue their legacy. But my father was an orc. You'd be pressed to find a calmer, wiser, and more pious servant of the goddess than he. But still, all his life he was dogged by sideways looks and whispers. When I grew older and it was time for me to serve, I decided anywhere but Canabras. That was where my father had served loyally, and his only reward had been injustice. Besides, the witch hunters led by the honorable prelate stalked the city with a heavy hand. Who knows what they'd have done to a strange girl with green skin. Instead, I went to. A smirk that looks more like a painful grimace crosses her face. You can laugh if you want, but I was young and foolish. I chose Last Wall, of all places. You can imagine how well I was accepted in a country that's been battling the orcs of Blaziken since its foundation. Yeah, you picked the wrong place, lady. There were many there like me, but we were all treated as second-class citizens. To the locals, my green skin was worse than leper scabs. Even my brothers in faith kept their distance. I took my vows, and the goddess granted me the powers of a paladin. But even then, not a single order would accept me into their ranks. I spent another 6 months knocking on doors before I realized a simple truth. I serve Iomade, not these people. I don't have to prostrate myself before them, so I left as a paladin, but not a knight. In your human form, there's nothing about you that stands out, but in your fox form, do you often have to hide your true nature? I won't lie, I can't even imagine what your life must be like. How'd you come to join? How did the people of Canabras feel about your background? They tolerated it surprisingly well. I shouldn't have been so wary. Crusaders don't tend to be prejudiced as a rule. After all, heroes from all over the world, even from other continents, come here to fight the demons. Apparently the people here were only suspicious of full-blooded orcs. There were already many like me here, and we don't have any problems. Though the locals do have their superstitions. Mendev is as merciless as Last Wall. They just have a different set of victims. I kept seeing the same sideways look and scowls, hearing the familiar whispers, but where once they used to whisper behind my back and point at me, now they whisper in my ear and point at someone else. It's so strange to be on the other side of humiliation, to wipe the spit from your face and suddenly be invited to change position and spit at someone else. So that's why she gets along so well with the dwarf. You must have figured out by now I'm talking about tieflings. It's true there are many of them among the cultists, and few among the crusaders. And our fighters do all they can to drive away those who would be our allies. People shun them, call them Ariloom's spawn or worse, as if they chose to be born like that. I believe it's quite a feat to raise against the call of one's blood and join the forces of good. Still, most only see them as the enemy. I once saw a knight bleeding to death because he wouldn't let a tiefling priest touch his wound. Alas, I haven't been able to change this in all my time in Carabas. Canabras. Thank you for your answers. What are they? What are the ward stones? They are our greatest treasure, the shield given to us by Iomade herself and placed in Canabras and other Mendevian cities and fortresses by her herald. The chain of ward stones forms a protective barrier that stops the expansion of the world wound and keeps the demons from moving beyond its borders. I shudder to think what will happen if the barrier falls. I have to go. May Iomade keep you safe. Let's talk to Pink Eye. I can't talk to Pink Eye. Crusader. Kiador? Lawn. Oh yeah, I gotta go back down into the hole to get our tiefling. Kiado. I believe that help is already on the way. The queen will not leave us here to die. Sell some things. Ouch, my back. And be on our way. I don't need a light hammer. Go away. £176. Cancel. I get 1 gold for that? Fine. 1 coin. It'd be really nice if they had kept the silvers, coppers, and gold. I think it immerses you in the game really well. That's one of the things I love about Comrade Donkey. Graveyard Keeper. That's the word I'm looking for. Go ahead, don't take too long though.
Well, Chief, what do you got for me?
I talked to Erebeth, and I've decided to make you a part of my troupe. We'll see how it goes.
You must be a smooth talker. Come on, Delvin. Get these bracelets of yours off me. I'm going free.
You're sure to regret this. This tiefling will fleece you for everything you've got. Mark my words.
You're a bitter little man, Delvin. Petty and mean. You can't even be happy for me, can ya? I pity you. I'll leave you alone with your sad little soul. So long. And now, Chief, straight down to business. You see, I'm one of those guys that people around here call thieflings. We just call ourselves the family. After we knocked over that shop and I got stuck here in the Defender's Heart, a little bird told me that big sister Charisme wanted to see me. That she had some questions to ask me. You following? Now, she won't be asking me questions like, Woljif, how'd you manage to get out of this one? Or, Woljif, you're so thin, didn't they feed you? No, something serious has gone down, and I just know they want to try to pin something on me. I can feel it in my tail. So, I knew right away that I couldn't go alone. You turned up just in time, Chief. You don't need to do anything when we get there. Just stand behind me and look mean, and I'll handle the rest. Somehow. Let's go, I'll show you the way.
Okay. Go ahead. The button won't budge. The button won't budge. The button won't budge. So no. That sounded like something.
Beautiful.
Oh! This opened up. Shiny. Ooh. Yellow letter. Defender's Heart. Alright. Oh, we got a new toy. Well, toy isn't the right word. Masterwork dagger, Masterwork dagger. Just a straight up dagger. So you have this. You are, what are you? An eldritch scoundrel. Character. No honor amongst thieves. Perception, stealth, trickery. What's your spellbook look like? So you've got some magic to you, actually. Cool. Alright. Masterwork. Dagger. Cold iron dagger. And a heavy crossbow. You can't wear any of that. This headband grants its wearer to charisma. What does this thing do? This amulet grants its wearer a +2 competition bonus on persuasion skill checks. Oh yeah, I have a circlet. Oh, that looks so weird. Oh well. You can use scrolls. Cause fear. Inflict light wounds. Oh, you've got tons of scrolls on you. Got it. Actually, we don't. Scroll of Magus armor. We want you to have a potion on you. Okay. There we go. And actually, this should be here. You know, I'm not so sure about giving him that. Actually, let's do that. Scale mail. Chain. -5. Okay, spell failure rate is higher though. Max dex is 2. Armor class is 22. 23. Alright. Half plate, yeah. Half plate's good stuff. It's also semi-affordable, which says something. I think full plate costs like 2,000 gold, and you can never afford full plate at the beginning of a game unless your DM is like giving it to you. Actually, I can look it up. My book's right next to me. Blah, blah, blah. Actually, I'm not going to bother with that. I just want to check one thing. Because there are 2 versions of Pathfinder out. And this one seems to use the original rule set. Because Pathfinder 1, dwarves have a minus to charisma, -2. Whereas in Pathfinder 2, I guess they just don't have a bonus to it. Alright. It's kind of nice not to have to worry about stuff. What are these? Oh, jeez. I have no idea what I was saying when I was saying it, so we're just going to leave it lie. Chainmail, medium scale, max dex 2, max dex 3, armor check penalty, gain spell failure chance. It's all what you want to use it for. This light shield can get sold. Scrolls, they do weigh something. 19 inflict wounds. Deal.
Let's see what we can do.
Alright, store some stuff. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll be on our way. Why do I have a dagger? Daggers need to get sold. Well, that opens up the weight limit capacity quite a bit. What are you doing, buddy? Show me what you've got. Alright. Save real quick. We'll pause that. I'll put you guys on an intermission. I will use the bio break and top off on some coffee probably. See y'all in a little bit. Eyes be back. And now I guess we're on our way. Oh, that's nice how they have the... Journal, spellbook, terrain type urban. That's nice. Some abilities get bonuses in different terrain types. Never really thought about what a tavern's terrain type would be. Outside. Where are you going? Fido. Alright, so this is still... been sanctified. Protect the area against the abyss. Okay, so there's the basement.
Here we go.
So area exit. Seems like a happy place. There's another area exit. Prayer beads? Carved beads? Not really prayer, but carved.
I can handle it.
Ah, loot. Thy name is Loot. Man of the Eagle Watch. Hey, it's chicken. Why is there chicken on there? Never mind.
Can't make the demons wait.
But guess what I am going to do? Make them wait anyway. Alright, I need to sell some stuff that I just looted. And then be on my way. Good coffee. Yes, good coffee. If you really want me to sound like a demon. Show me what you have. Sell junk. Scroll of Ray of Sickening. Another point of a pound. Forked tongue? Scroll of shielding. So, what does this weigh? 19 pounds of potion. Uh, excuse me. I think we can get rid of some of this. Split. Split. Leave some of these behind. Okay. Anything else? Got 4 of those. 19. Split. Fire belly? Fire resistance for 5 turns. Huh. Restoration lesser. Mage armor. Bear's endurance. Spell grants the subject a +4 endurance bonus to Constitution. What is this? Reduce person? That is a nice spell to have. I can't tell you how many times we got animals into places we probably shouldn't have by using reduce person. Smith spell. Oh, by clicking that, it reduces the distance that I'll do stuff. Okay. Alright. So, theoretically, we should be good. Weight-wise. Because I gotta pay attention to that now. What are you doing, Fido? It's time to leave. Venture forth and explore the world. We're going to save our game. Stream. Save. I love the music. It's so good. Ooh, there's loots. Loots to be had. Animal hides. Jordan Val. You're a named guy. Grizzled dwarf turns the blade in his callous hands, carefully inspecting its edge. When he sees you approach, he sets the blade aside and greets you with a nod. A new face in the city. You picked a good time to come to Canabras. As you can see, we're in a sore need of warriors. Oh. Oh. Do you know everyone in Canabras by sight? Well, not everyone. But I make it my business to know the people who might need my services. Blacksmith's work isn't just at the anvil, you know. The chicken is having a field day. We've never had any of your kind here before. All sorts come here from every corner of Godorian, to volunteer to fight. But this is the first time a fox has ever shown up wanting to be a crusader. Are you Staunton's brother? Yep. Where he goes, I go. That's how we've always been. But even before the world wound, I forged the armor. He goes into battle and breaks it. He brings it back to me, I repair it, and make it better than before. Everything's changed since then, of course, but that part has stayed the same. How was Staunton to blame for the fall of Dresden? I was told the story so many times already. I've told the story so many times already. Well, telling it one more time won't kill me. Blacksmith sighs. Dresden was built after the First Crusade, back when it seemed like victory was ours for the taking, and that the demon invasion would soon be an end. The population of old Sarkoris was thoroughly diminished, and many of them hoped to see their hard fighting repaid with a small plot of unclaimed land. Dresden was a fortress built on all our hopes, and on Medev's ambitions. Though you're not supposed to say that out loud. What a city it was, Fido Ignitus. You can't even imagine. It was built by the finest engineers from the Five Kings Mountains. Queen Gallifrey spared no expense. Dresden was meant to be the capital of the Crusade movement, a monument to its glory and a beacon of hope for all Gloria. Heroes were drawn there to seek fame and glory, and they came from all over. Taldor, Gurdon, Tynzine, Tynza. Excuse me. I couldn't list them all. A relic known as the Sword of Valor was kept there. The banner that had been carried into battle by Iomade herself, back when she was still human. That banner protected the city and kept the demons from teleporting inside its walls. As long as the banner was in its place, Dresden was invincible, or so we thought. But then the world wound suddenly expanded, and the demons launched a renewed onslaught, and folks started saying it was time to declare the Second Crusade. Dresden was unassailable, until one young officer was tempted by a beautiful woman. She convinced him that the banner shouldn't be hanging in the city, that its rightful place was on the battlefield. She whispered honeyed words about glory and valor, and convinced him that he could be a hero as great as Iomade herself. And the poor fellow believed her. He rounded up some of his hot-headed friends and carried the banner outside the city gates on an unauthorized foray. The demons slaughtered them within seconds. But for some reason, the courageous ringleader was spared. A whole army teleported into Dresden. It was a bloodbath. As you can guess, the officer was Stolton, and the woman turned out to be the demon. Not just any demon, it was Mingol, that foul wretch. She's given us a lot of grief here in Canabras, too. Just don't ask me what I was doing while my brother was off having trysts with the beast, and why I didn't save him from his own stupidity. Who could have guessed it would end like this? I've failed my brother, that's the truth. I blame myself every day, looking at his plight. So that's the story. Why do you have your forge here in the tavern yard? Wherever I am, that's where my forge is. A true master of any craft will always find the tools they need. I miss my old forge, of course. It's now just a pile of charred stone and metal. But I still got my hands, and that means I can work. Do you recognize this sword? Do I recognize it? Of course I do. I made this with my own hands. There's my brand, see? The dwarf carefully takes the sword in his hands, gazing at it like a doting father. Oh, Yanil, Things have been tough without you, but at least we've still got your sword. That's something. Returns the sword to you. In battle, ordinary swords get blunted. They break, but sometimes a weapon can persevere. I don't even know how to explain it. I'm no authority on these things, but something like an echo of the deeds done with a weapon. Or more like the reflection of the wielder's soul? I don't know. I will say one thing. Take care of that sword. Yanil may no longer be with us, but the demons will still remember why they need to turn tail and run when they see Radiance. Ugh, the scabbard's all worn. We can't be having a fine sword like this being carried around in this tattery thing. I'll make you a new one, if you like. If the city stands strong and we both survive, come see me again and I'll have it ready. No charge. Show me your wares. I can't speak. Maybe I should choose a different voice. So I'm at medium at 50 pounds. What are these? Protection from chaos. Protection from evil. Cold. Resist cold. What's this? Inflict light wounds. Laying your hands upon a creature, you channel negative energy and deal 1d8 damage. This spell cures such a creature as undead. Interesting. Whoops, cancel. Deal. What do you have? Okay. Do you have plate? I could use some plate. Smasher. Attrition dagger. Dentier. $16,000. Oh, that hurts. 3 to 12 damage though. Light hammer of righteousness. Acrid sickle. Damn, this guy's a blacksmith, all right. Masterwork heavy crossbow. Sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. Earthbreaker. Pain Channeler. You're in heavy, aren't you? Should be, yeah, heavy. Any armors I can wear? Living Ram. Whenever the wearer of this breastplate uses the charge combat maneuver, it hits the enemy. They deal an additional 1d6 bludgeoning. Armor of Vigilance. Buckler. That's a 6,000 gold, though. What do I have for gold? Shared stash. Yeah, not enough. Ragged helmet. 6,000 again. Ingredients. Oh, quiver of cold iron ammo. Alright. Oh, and then the crap I just sold him. Alright, we're leaving now. Current group. Accept. Global map. This is the global map of the city of Canabras. Move the visible part of the map and travel to locations you have discovered by hovering your mouse over them and left clicking. Some locations might be not available for travel for various reasons. As you explore the map and progress through the game, you will discover new locations and routes. While traveling between locations, you may be attacked by enemies, so make sure you get enough rest and don't let them take you by surprise. Thiefling Hideout, the library, wine cellar, the Grey Garrison, Market Square. The residence. Tower of Estrade. Scout the Tower of Estrade. Divided City. Spellbook Journal. Friend in Need. The last chapter to complete this quest. Cold Water. Visit Chili Creek. Okay. Errands. Divided City. And out on patrol. Find a friend in need is a friend indeed. How do you find someone in all the chaos? Blah, 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 blah. Find and kill Cilicia. Bodyguards. Why won't... I think the Market Square was where I was supposed to go for finding her. That's also where I'm supposed to go to find ways of crossing. Travel. Fallen Horse. Body carcass, a strange steed. Broken leg is covered in ringle armor. Saddlebag is intact. Travel. Okay. Travel. Enter location. Come on. You can do it. Sorry, I zoned out there for a little while. I was thinking about stuff going on. Arcanum.
I'll get it next time.
Arcanum check failed. Load game. Let's check how fast auto load loads. $92. Enter. Oh, okay. So, it just saved that we were there, not that we'd actually done anything there. Good to know. And I want to save.
I'm here all week.
Bring out the owl cat. DC 13.
You ask me.
How did my Arcana... Oh, Warjack. What is Warjack's Arcana? Character. It's a +4. This looks like a happy place.
Here comes trouble.
Mage armor. What the hell?
Cover me, all right?
Summon.
Yes.
Into the fray!
Critical hits. Your character, Sela, has landed a critical hit. Having successfully confirmed it, whenever a character makes an attack roll and gets a 20 on the D20 roll, the attack automatically hits no matter what the target's AC is. Additionally, such an attack creates a critical threat. That has to be confirmed by making an additional attack roll. If the result is equal or higher than the target's AC, the character successfully lands a critical hit. If not, the attack remains normal, but still hits. Some weapons and effects allow the character to make critical hits with the D20 roll result less than 20. Such attacks do not hit automatically. Good to know. Lawn fire.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Ouch.
I'll cut you wide open!
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
So, Summon Wolf is unneeded right now. Nope, I don't want that. I want formation. Alright, I'm in the back. Yeah, we already had the formation tutorial.
We're gonna rest after this fight.
There are more guys here than I thought there were. There are a lot more guys here than I thought there were. Marauders.
You won't survive me.
Damn it. So that explains my confusion. Ouch. Haha. Why can't you vault over crap, huh?
Distract them from me.
Ooh. Ouch.
Endure this.
Ouch.
Tactical retreat. No.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
Alright, take you! The spirits demand your blood.
Yeah, you need to drink that.
Time to share your treasures.
Make every strike count.
Ta-da.
The Inheritor, guide my blade! You are today's sacrifice!
Cover me, all right?
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Short swords. Dink, dink, dink. It's a light crossbow. Learning spells from specials, you require a spell scroll of reduced person. Your character can learn the spell from it to add it to their spellbook. It will destroy the scroll. Arcane spellcasters classes that pair their spells in advance, such as wizards, can learn the spells from scrolls and add them to their spellbook. It is an effective way to enrich your spell list. The scroll is then expended. To learn the spell in the scroll, open the equipment screen of the character that will learn it. Click right mouse button, choose memorize from the menu. Nice. What is this? A great sword. 12 gold, 3, 12, 3. Not worth it. So, I go to him, and first of all, I use, and then I put go to consumables, mage armor, scroll of grease, summon monster, ray of sickness, copy to spellbook. 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 Copy the spellbook. Copy the spellbook. You are getting a ton of spells from me, buddy. You should be mighty happy. It also really reduces the amount of weight that I need. Oh wow, the party can carry a lot more now. Never mind. We are picking up stuff. Exit area.
I hope you appreciate this.
survive me.
What have you got for spells now? Grease, color spray, disrupt undead, flare, jolt. Ooh, he went boom. Aha. Aha.
Endure this.
All right. Dispel, charge, grease. Alright. Now we can go jolt.
Go for their hearts!
Okay.
Into the fray!
Okay.
Make every strike count.
Not much.
I'll cut you wide open! The spirits demand your blood! The light! Take you!
Really? That could have been the end of it, but no, shooting into melee. Precise shot.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Oh. Composite. Composite. Short sword. Copper ring. There's that old habit again. Cart laden with possessions looted from the surrounding houses.
Yet another obstacle.
And you?
Did I mess up again?
Damn it. Is there any way to like shift locks it in a 5-foot step? Alt tab, nope. Caps lock, nope. I wish there was some way to use your move and only your move to move. Anyway, I'm done. He exploded.
You won't survive me.
Alright. So we got a guy who's gung-ho. What just happened? Okay.
The Inheritor, guide my blade. You are today's sacrifice.
Distract them from me.
Endure this!
He must have fear on him.
Into the fray.
Divine Zup! Jolt.
Make every strike count.
Take all.
The heartbeat quickens.
energy resistance.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Oh well. I have a lot of magic in this party.
No glory without risk.
You won't survive me.
Nice.
I got this.
That wasn't what I told you to do. Oh well. Build a bridge of debris.
Let's see what we can do. The mongrel did it.
Now what is that?
So there's a hole.
Thanks, Lan. You're so awesome, Lan. Did we find trouble? No, they did.
F no.
Chaotic Evil Outsider. Immunities, electricity. Acid, cold, and fire it has resistance to. What is Jolt? Jolt should be electricity, isn't it? Yeah. So that's why Jolt isn't doing much damage at all.
Endure this!
Do that.
Go for their hearts!
Damage reduction, go away. What have we got? Is it just the two of them? It is. Well, that worked well. Good try.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
They found the
Alright,
perfect sound.
Thank you!
Time to share your treasures. Can't you just die already?
Okay, that works. Townsfolk bodies have been mutilated beyond recognition by claws and fangs.
Here we go.
Can we retreat already?
I wish they would stay in some form of order. Ouch!
Make every strike count.
Divine's up! Which does next to no damage, but Frosty!
You've crossed the wrong mongrel. Can't hide from me.
Rumbledom the actor. Even the huge pile of junk isn't enough to block out the exclamations coming from beneath it. Reveal, O dearest darling beauty mine, why dost thou turn thy gaze on me, pray tell? Thy husband I call friend a time, but love 'tis like an ocean, friendship a well. But Willis, how are we to live, my sweet? Pass me the ale, will you? The Sound Master. Booms a deep masculine voice in response to it from beneath the pile. Whoa! The pile shifts easily, revealing an entrance to some kind of cellar. There is an interesting looking chest among the items. Silver ring, jade, green quartz, port 2. Look, the door is open, and now we are completely at the mercy of whatever's up there. If it really is a demon. We have nothing to fear. We have the power of inspiration, after all. But hand me over my ladle and the rolling pin. Grandma Gretel, the director. Gretlin, the director. Now look, it's not a demon at all. Greetings, kind friend and rescuer. I am Grandma Gretelin, theater director, and these are the members of my company. Granny, that's not a ladle. That's one of the props for the malevolent lich performance, the one Tina made. It's a scepter of something. She made it out of my ladle. She wanted to use a broom handle, but I pad to the daft idea. What were you doing down there? We were rehearsing. Our art distracts us from our fear and panic. Fair enough. Really? When I'm scared, I eat. We tried that too, but our supplies ran out. But art, oh, art is eternal. Can you get somewhere safe? Oh, don't worry on our account. We'll be going to our basement in the next street. That's where our lambkin is. We're not afraid of demons with a lambkin around. Lambkin? Lambkin! Our male lead. He'll protect us. Don't worry. We know what we're doing. I've gotta go. Thank you again for rescuing us, stranger. Today you did a great service for Mendevan culture, and perhaps the culture of all Glorian. You will certainly be remembered in future eras as the one who saved the critically and publicly acclaimed Next Door Theater. And dialogue.
I can handle it. Can't make the demons wait.
Let me draw the first blood.
What are you guys? Ghouls. Anything I should know about a ghoul? Immunities, mind affecting fear, compulsion, emotion, poison, disease, negative energy. So, as long as it's positive, we're good. As long as it's not negative, I guess we're good. Whoops, wrong button. that. Who goes first? This could be a dumb idea, but I kind of like it. Divine Zap should have done more. Ouch.
Into the fray! Ha!
Curse Splat. Oh, they're flat-footed until they go. Got it.
You won't survive me.
I'm not actually all that used to that rule.
Go.
Ouch.
I'll cut you wide open!
Really?
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
1 point of damage.
You can handle them, right?
Zombie!
Endure this.
Divine Zap. Divine Zap is a next to worthless spell.
The light, take you!
I mean, it does some damage at least, so there's something to be said for that. The Dead Rise, got it.
Make every strike count.
Deals 1 damage to Shadow. Okay, that's not good. Alright, let's figure out what this Shadow thing is. Immunities. Energy negative. So I just rolled bad is what I'm hearing. One D3, 1, multiplier is 0.75. So it did 1 damage rounded down, or rounded up. Acid Splash. I did a little better. 6 damage. What did you just do to her? Receives some ability damage. The bonus from the ability is reduced. Disease, poison spells, blah 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 blah. Restore lesser. So what did she just take? A strength damage. Ugh. Those things are nasty.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Well, that hit the fence.
The spirits demand your blood.
This zombie seems a lot stronger.
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Alright. You took -1 ability damage. Scroll of Restoration Lesser. Do I have any potions? Mage Armor, Restoration Lesser. Okay. Dispels any temporary magical effects, reducing the one. How long does disease? It doesn't actually say. Use. Okay.
This was simple enough.
Dug up graves and other clues indicate that a necromancer has blah 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 blah.
I'll cheer you on from over there.
Damn.
Cover me, all right?
You won't survive me.
Sister. Sister. Where is this guy? Okay. Where is this? Oh, you won't allow me to.
Endure this!
Can you charge? those things than I thought there were.
You are today's sacrifice.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Oh. So shadows don't like fire.
Make every strike count.
No glory without risk.
Go for their hearts.
Distract them for me. Beautiful.
City has fallen at last. Now how glorious. Stop pretending to be a shopkeeper and spend all my time on my true passion, reanimating the dead. I mean, everyone's got to have a hobby, but
One for me.
cultist necromancer. Charge! You didn't cast your spell there, buddy.
You've crossed the wrong monk.
Oh, this is me.
I'll cut you wide open.
The light take you.
Saving throws. Character Sela has failed a saving throw against an ability blindness. Used by enemy cultist necromancer. Many malignant spells allow the target to make saving throws. Malign spells to elude their effects. So basically, Sela failed and is now blind. I do like how it kind of teaches you how to play the game, though. What does this do? Creatures blinded, stunned, and knocked prone for 2d4 rounds. Fine. those color sprays?
You won't survive me.
Yeah, that was gonna hurt. They have status effects on them and crap too, so.
The spirits demand your blood. You are today's sacrifice.
You get a severe penalty to any attacks.
Guide my blade.
Guess it's not a huge deal. What happened to you? Shaken. -2 penalty on attack rolls. Saving throws. Okay.
Time to share your treasures.
Endure this.
Oh, and I'm running away. Because I have fear, I'm betting.
What do we have here?
Hey!
Into the fray.
Ouch. How are you still alive, dude? Cancel. Fudge.
Cover me, all right? Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
Make every strike count.
Frightened, yeah. Nope. Frightened.
The light. Take you.
Should have had you taken a potion.
Bruise.
Really? You just threw that sucker?
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Scrolls of Cure Light Wounds, yeah. What I need to do is healing on her. Healing on her. Healing on her. Alright, fine. We'll just get her drunk on potions. Select all. Disfigured corpses are laid out in a neat pattern. Unknown ritual.
Let's see what we can do. Here we go.
Doesn't seem to be anything else we can do over here.
I can handle it.
Oops. Let's take a rest. Spell preparation. Your character Camila has a free spell slot. Before resting, you should fill it. Alchemists, clerics, druids, magi, paladins, rangers, war priests, and wizards prepare their spells for the day during rest, and expend them when casting. To cast a spell, again, a character needs to rest. Some spellcasters, such as wizards and clerics, prepare their spells for the day during rest. Pay heed to which spells they prepare, considering there's a battle ahead with a tough enemy. Memorize some spells that will be effective against it. As the character gains levels, they also gain new spell slots. Don't leave them empty. Alright. So, how do I... scribing alchemy. +7. +14. Alchemy. Choose a spell scroll to scribe. Oh, scrolls. Scribe scrolls. Okay. Oh, secondary of +2. Use healing spells and abilities before resting. How do I... Abyssal Corruption. Chance of success 100%. Okay, so that's what that's doing. Spell book. I don't know how to do my spell book.
I know you're a paladin and all, but just hear me out. We go into a tavern, you challenge the local champion to a drinking match, and I'll work my magic on the crowd to make them all bet on him. We'll split the takings 50-50. How about it?
Drinking is fun, not work. I can't take money for that.
I failed to weaken the infection of corruption. But that succeeded. So how do I set my... Sometimes the long-awaited rest does not bring the desired relief. What comes is a heavy, clinging sleep on the edge of wakefulness. When consciousness seems poised between reality and oblivion, the possible reasons for such disturbed slumber are myriad. Strained nerves, perhaps, or a lingering reaction to trauma. Fido Ignitus emerges from the oblivion of his leadened sleep, like a drowned man dragging himself up from the depths of a swamp. The wound on his chest is burning like someone pressed an invisible brand to it. The wound has closed again, but the blood stain on his shirt betrays its presence beneath. There's no time to investigate the cause behind this malice. A trying day lies ahead, but how will Fido Ignitus be up to the challenge if his thoughts are so muddled and his entire body aches like after a day's toil? Nonsense. I'll douse myself in some cold water and I'll be good as new. I can't ignore my health. Better take care of it now rather than later, when it could already be too late. After several moments, the weariness abates, retreating to the depths of his subconscious, but leaving the path open to return the next time. Fido Ignitus seeks refuge in sleep. Fido Ignitus recalls that he slept peacefully in the defender's heart. Perhaps a priest can explain what has happened. Close. Corruption and nightmares. Nightmares and corruption prevent you from resting well. Corruption increases during rest at different rates in different areas. When your corruption reaches first, second, or third level, various negative effects are applied. There are 3 corruption levels in total. The higher the level, the more difficult it becomes to fight your battles. The character who is assigned to the protection rituals role performs those rituals after the party goes to sleep, which reduces the corruption gain. You can fully remove corruption in safe places. You will discover these areas of respite as you progress through the game. In some locations, you may come across various holy artifacts. Cleansing them or interacting with them will allow you to partially remove your corruption level. Camille Spellbook. Spirit Magic. Oh, so you can learn another, you can have another spell level. Summon Nature's Ally. Rest to restore spells. Okay, so this is how that system works. Bull's Strength. Eagle's Splendor, Inflict Moderate, Remove Paralysis. Restoration Lesser. We want that. Oh, Summon Nature's Ally 2. Barkskin's good too. Cure moderate wounds. Hold person, delay poison. giant frog, or 1d3 natural mites. Attack your opponents to the best of their abilities. I have witnessed summon nature's ally be used to kill hundreds of things that it should not have killed. I so prefer sorcerers. I have 7 castings. You use them amongst these things. But by the same token, as you can tell, she has a lot more spells she can cast because she doesn't rely on that. Same with this guy. He's got tons of spells. Hypnotism? Oh, cool. Shocking Grasp. I mean, Color Spray is good and all. Flare. I think we'll do that.
I'm here. Where else would I be?
Spells. You should still have Grease prepared. Wait, you still have Grease prepared. Okay, spellbook is a button. Yeah, you have Grease. I want... So Color Spray can go here, and Shocking Grasp. Or Sleep. Snowball. Shield. Standard action. +4 shield bonus to AC. I want more spells, damn it. Shocking Grasp.
Can't make the demons wait.
Now, what is that?
Throwing axe. So sweet it is to kill.
It quickens.
Ghouls. So ghouls can move a fair ways.
You won't survive me.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Oh, what do we got for weapons?
Damn you!
That didn't work.
Distract them for me. Didn't know I had it in me.
shouldn't explode. Ouch. Throw succeeded, good.
Endure this!
Into the fray!
Belt. Potion. I don't have to worry about failing that.
Are you still here?
I am helpful, am I not?
Whoa, half blade. Heavily encumbered.
Call me again if you need to.
Rash skin this person fell prey to a Nabusu. This demon sucks the very life essence from its victims and transforms them into ghouls. Okay, so now I'm heavily encumbered. Drop. 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 Those are actually worth something. Javelin. It's just a straight up javelin. Drop. Dark hole. Negative energy. Throwing axe +1. It's worth a fair bit of gold. Short swords are worth 3 apiece. Bows are worth 100 apiece. Crossbows are worth 13 apiece. I guess bows do require a little more. Heavy shield. Heavy shield. What's the difference? Armor class 2, base 2, -2, 15. Yeah, it's the same. Heavy shield. Must be the design. I don't know. It's the design. I like that better. Half plate is what she's got. It's 50 pounds, but it's worth a small fortune. Leather armor can be dropped. Banded mail, 62. It's 150. 37 for the chainmail. 5. It's worth 12. Yeah, there's a lot of weight right there. hide armor. There's a lot of weight right there, too. Armor is the heaviest crap you're ever gonna find. Necklace.
Beautiful.
We are the light. They are the darkness.
Bye.
I'll cut you wide open.
Make every strike count.
Time to share your treasure.
Whoa! Bow back from whence you came, foul creature of the abyss.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Curl? A short hooded figure is poking about some bodies laying in the middle of the street. The stranger drags the first body off the road, respectfully props it up against a wall, and places the corpse's hands on its chest. The figure then freezes as if hesitating, and you see him reach out his hand toward the beautiful golden amulet hanging around the corpse's neck. He jerks his hand back, hesitates, then reaches out again. Hey, who are you and what are you doing here? I can't really, it's pot calling kettle black to say looting corpses at this point. The stranger almost jumps out of his skin and the hood falls back on his head. Under a mop of red curls, a round halfling face looks up at you. Oh, whew. I thought you were demons. Good day to you, good sirs. Sela's eyebrows lift in apparent surprise. Curl, is that you? The halfling looks at Sela and smiles broadly. Oh, Lady Sela, you're alive! Goodness me! That's the second bit of good news on an otherwise lousy day. What's the first bit of good news? Stick around and you'll see yourself. Do you know this person, Sela? Meet Rivim, better known as Curl. He hails from Canabris, and he fights in the Condemned. He's one of a kind, a rogue with a heart of gold. Sela smiles, then adds little more seriously, Curl, it's probably none of my business, but you should ask yourself if what we're about to do is right. The halfling's cheeks flush, and he hides his hands behind his back. I just thought... Oh, it doesn't matter. Can you tell me anything useful about what's going on in the city? I'm afraid not, good sir. I just left the Defender's Heart. Before that, I was holed up in there, too scared to leave. Although spending all that time under Commander Irabeth's nose sure was something. She's a strict one. Whew. And when she gets antsy, ugh, don't even start. I've had enough of her breathing down my neck to last me a lifetime. So what are you doing here, robbing corpses? No, the halfling protests. Rimvi Curl may be a rogue, but he doesn't loot corpses. I just need to get these poor lads' bodies off the road. My friends and I are on a terribly important mission, and we need to get through. He is interrupted by the sound of wheels rolling on the paved stones. A cart drawn by a sad little horse appears from around the corner. A pretty half-elf is driving it, and a young man in knight's armor is walking alongside. Even from a distance you can see his tanned face and his blue eyes shining brightly. The halfling straightens up. See? A terribly important and very heroic mission. My friends and I are saving a beer cart from the demons. As he speaks, the newcomers notice you, and the knight cries out in jubilation. Sela, I never thought I'd see you again. I thought you were headed to the main square, the center of the demons' attack. The half-elf smiles warmly at Sela. Hey friend, glad to see you're alright. When we got separated by the crowd at the celebration, I knew right away that something was wrong. And then when demons appeared all of a sudden, I realized that was the reason why I'd been so anxious. But I couldn't find you among the dead in the square, so I kept my hopes up, and I was proven right. Sela's face lights up with joy. So you're the other bit of good news Curl was talking about. You and Jonah are alive. Actually, by good news, I meant that we found the beer cart. Sir Ellen and Joanna bringing alive amounts to a quarter of a bit of good news. Well, maybe half. A beer cart? How about sharing with us? I'm sure we could all do with a drink. The half-elf winks rakishly. Certainly. Give me your flask, friend. And if you walk with us to the Defender's Hearth, we can have a more thorough sampling of the spoils there. Despite her cheerful tone, she looks at you with an anxious hope. Joanna, there's no need. The heart is very close, and the three of us will be enough to fight off an attack if there is one. Besides, our friend here surely has better things to do. More important things than carrying barrels of beer, I'll wager. By the way, my name is Elan, Sir Elan of the Houndhearts. I'm glad to meet someone who's survived this madness. You haven't told me how you know Sela. I'll save that story till we're all back at Defender's Heart. You're going back there, aren't you? We'll have a reason to toast our spoils. I have to go. So long. We're sure to meet again, either in the city or at Defender's Heart. Sure you will. Come to the tavern, we'll celebrate the valiant rescue of these barrels together. Friend in need is a friend indeed. Well, that worked out well.
Let's see what we can do.
Mobility. Cultist.
Did we step on their toes as well?
Whoa, Jack. You're a pain. Lightning! and 6 damage. Well, fudge. Ouch! Why is there a snake? Oh well. Something just went invisible.
You won't survive me.
Ooh!
Good guys always win.
Where is that thing? You know, if you know how to set up a stealth character, you can do ridiculous amounts of
Getting my
damage.
ass kicked.
The spirits demand your blood.
Endure this.
Oh.
The light take you!
So there should be some sort of critter around here. And I didn't refill my potions, damn it. Alright. Oh. Use. Use. Into the house. Mobility check.
Don't blame me.
Do not fear! Do not waver!
Okay.
Tea.
You are today's sacrifice.
Whoops, I hit a button.
Can we retreat already?
Where is the fight? There it is.
The Inheritor, guide my blade!
Last Crusader. Do I need to talk to these Crusaders specifically?
Make every strike count.
Eagle Watch will not abandon its post.
Here we go.
My beloved brother, I admire your zeal, of course, but would you not agree this is hardly the time to be standing guard over a hole that no one will ever emerge from? Or perhaps you're concerned that someone will decide to go for a nighttime stroll and will accidentally fall into it? Such foresight is laudable. But do you really need so many soldiers for such a task? Can't your warriors be put to better use? For instance, fighting demons or clearing rubble while the people trapped beneath it might still be alive. The face of the golden curled Azamar is beautiful even by the standards of his kind, in whose veins runs the blood of angels. His melodious voice sounds cheerful, but bitter reproach simmers in his gaze. Don't you dare call me brother, heretic. The signs of recent hard fighting are obvious in the stern old man. His armor is dented and covered in blood, and his unnatural pallor suggests something more dangerous than wounds inflicted by claws and fangs. Nevertheless, his gaze is stony and his voice, accustomed to barking orders, is harsh and clipped. How dare you accuse me of doing nothing to protect the city, especially now when followers of your temple were caught committing treason? To my mind, you are no different than the demon worshippers. Those miscreants, those beasts that are digging under the city walls. Everyone knows, my dearest prelate, that your zealous pursuits of order in the city, you have long since forgotten how to tell friend from foe and good from evil. That's what happened with my adepts, whose act of treason was a genuine attempt to save the city, and yet again I am forced to repeat myself. While we are wasting time on pointless quarrels, people are dying under the rubble in our city. People whom we should have saved we could have saved if you had only set your soldiers to the task and not kept them here surrounding a useless and utterly harmless hole in the ground. Harmless? Well, if it's on your say-so, then that must mean there's someone down there. Your associates, no doubt. And they're just waiting for us to abandon our post before they slink out and try again to... The old man notices your approach. And you, I remember you. You appeared in my city the day the demons attacked and Terendelev died. What are you doing here? Answer at once, or I'll have you strung up by your ankles before you know it. Don't think that the demons have wounded me. I still have enough strength to take on 100 of your sort. And what is this hideous creature? Peers along with suspicion. Lon, at your service. The mongrel ducks his head into a bow. My forefathers fought in the First Crusade. I've lived in Canabris my whole life. You haven't ever seen me before? It must be because you didn't ever venture into the underground district. We have been meaning to complain to the city authorities that our paving stones have been in need of repair for a long time. Oh, I like him. The First Crusade, so you're a mongrel. Huh. You obviously know human speech surprisingly well, in fact. Alright, let's be off with you. The prelate looks at you. If he causes any trouble, I shall hold you responsible. Come to think of it, you still haven't told me who you are. Who are you to be asking me such a question? You want to fight, be my guest. I'm a crusader. I'm fighting to liberate Canabras from demons. A crusader, you say? I'll be looking into that. Into that. I got it right, cool. You obviously don't know to whom you are speaking. I'm the one who decides who's a crusader and who's a traitor in this city. Holrun Shapok, prelate of Canabras, by the grace of Her Majesty Queen Galfrey, and the city's defender against threats from within and without. And as we can see, you've done a sterling job protecting the city. The Azamar flashes a flinty smile? Not familiar with that one. I am Ramir of Edma, prior of the Temple of Desna, the Great Dreamer, Lady Luck and Mother Moon, goddess of dreams, luck, stars, and travelers. Is among the most ancient of deities. Cells with tasks of creating. She spent her time building the heavens. Knew that there. Heavens. She knew that there would be plenty of time for her and her followers to explore the many wonders of the world later. She has changed little since these early days, and she and her followers delight in exploring the world. Prior to the Temple of Alas, which, alas, currently lies in ruin. Wise Hurlrun here believes it is vital to guard this hole in the ground from which he is certain demons will emerge at any moment. I have been trying to convince him that the city has far more urgent matters to deal with, for instance, rescuing those currently dying under the rubble. You know what? There may in fact be one matter that is more important than guarding this hole. I put it off, and look where it's led us. I should have had you hung from the gates back when you dared to defend your gang of delinquent demon collaborators. If the Scorians had hung Aurelu Varlash while they had the chance, there never would have been a war. I won't repeat their mistake. I won't hesitate any longer. Soldiers, seize the scum. Prelates see reason. These are frightening times, and threatening to hang someone without trial, that is unworthy of a servant of Iomade. The old man fixes his eyes on Sela. Lest you forget, girl, we may serve the same goddess, but you are not an inquisitor. Don't question the way I choose to serve Iomade, and I won't question yours. Wow. What precisely are you accusing Roman of, Inquisitor? Treason. Not long before the city was attacked, several followers of his temple tried to secretly access the Ward Stone and perform an unknown ritual over it. The Ward Stone of Karabas, the gift of Iomade, the bringer of light, wrought by the hands of her herald. The first in the chain, and followers of that crazy runt of a goddess try to meddle with it using their magic. After hearing a voice in their dreams, my soldiers almost had them caught when Ramir got in the way. allowing the traitors to go to ground. I made a mistake. I didn't have him locked in a cell and interrogated to within an inch of his life, and now the city lies in ruin. It's time to rectify that mistake. Wow. I've told you before, and I'll tell you again. My people foresaw the attack on the city. They knew the Wardstone already carried the seed of corruption within it, and they were simply trying to heal it. I've heard similar claims before. Now where was it? Ah, yes, from Staunton Val, the traitor who brought down Dresden. The lessons of the past have taught us a great deal, and that is why I never believe you or your mob's lies, even for a second. And I was right. Wow. You will ride your high horse to hell, won't you, dear Inquisitor? Alright, what are my other options? Behold, Inquisitor, I bear a gift of an angel who died in the caves below Carabas. I am no enemy of yours. You're doing what's right, Harum. There's no place in the crusade for troublemakers. Don't lay a finger on him, or you'll have to answer to me, Chaotic. Or say nothing. I like the angelic mythical path. The old man frowns and whispers something, a prayer or a spell. With each word, his face relaxes. You are telling the truth. The light in your hand was wrought by the power of heaven. I will keep an open mind with regard to you, stranger. And later, under less fractious circumstances, I would like to ask you about how you came to receive this gift. But that can wait. Now I must deal with this filth once and for all. Lawful and chaotic both don't sound good. I don't really want him to kill someone in front of me. Say nothing. Looks at the prelate. You're a fool, Harlan. You're a zealot and a murderer, but you're a fool first and foremost. I told you that the Wardstone was weakened. You wouldn't listen. I warned you that the city was going to be attacked. You shooed me away. The truth is that my young adepts were trying to save the Wardstone, and you stopped them. Of course, those truly responsible for the tragedy are the demons, but you have done nothing to prevent it. And now you will still rather kill an innocent person and perish yourself than admit that you were wrong, as always. Yazimar vanishes. He fled, the heretic. He's no doubt expecting me to rush off in pursuit, but that won't work on me. Turns his attention to you. What about you? If you truly have been marked out for a gift from heaven, this is your chance to save the city. Go and bring back that filthy traitor. I'm almost certain that he and his cronies were helping the demons, either knowingly or unknowingly. Their attempt to bewitch the Wardstone is clear proof. Remen must be captured. I see you suffered greatly. Nonetheless, I had to deal with a brood of Nabasus. It was nothing. I've taken on worse enemies with the goddess's help. Nabasu, also known as death demons, have the ability to drain their victim's life force. Judging by Halrun's pallor, he has lost a significant amount of his energy. The Inquisitor can bolster as much as he wants, but right now he is far from his peak abilities. Why are you so obsessed with finding enemies everywhere you look? Why? Why? You must not be from these parts, or you wouldn't have asked such a question. I look for enemies everywhere because our enemies are everywhere. Who are we at war with? Demons. Demons and cultists. They are masters of deception. They worm their way into your favor and masquerade in all manner of false guises. Do you think Dresden was taken by force? No, by trickery. Were it not for me, Canabris would have gone the same way long ago, captured out from under our noses. Now listen to what I'm about to tell you. This was a long time ago. I was younger then, and I had just joined the Crusades. Back then, Canabris didn't have a garrison so much as a public thoroughfare. Anyone who wanted could just stroll into the city. One day at dawn, a group of refugees came up to the city gates. Bold as brass, the guards let them in. And why not? For no one was ever turned away. 'Twas no matter. Everyone was welcome in our city. If you came from Mendev, or if you'd hauled yourself here from across the sea, the Crusades accepted all and sundry. But on this occasion, we paid dearly for our laxity. Just as soon as those innocent lambs entered the city, they transformed into demons and rushed toward the Wardstone, slaughtering everyone who tried to stop them. 62 people died in less than a minute. The demons used their multitude corpses to desecrate the obelisk. None of them dared to go near it. The light of the goddess burned them all. So they threw the blood from afar, splattering the Wardstone from every direction. And the lead demon, an eyeless beast, Minoga is her name, jeered and gloated, saying we mortals had been sitting ducks. And the creature was right too. We let our guard down, and we got what we deserved. The bloodbath came to be known as the Red Morning Massacre, and it was burned into the townsfolk's memory. Since then, Canabris has adopted different practices. Heretics, cultists, spies, or all the rabble who covet Aurilu's glory. We drove them all out of the city. We haven't had any trouble here since. Many have come here, even the Kuramazadoth. Most powerful generals. Okay. And they have all been sent straight back to where they came from. Or else they were killed for their trouble. You see, Descari himself had to crawl out of the abyss and come here. The goddesses curse him in order to break through our defenses. And what did he do? He left again. And we're still fighting. Now that is what vigilance and discipline can do. Really warned you about the attack? Those crazed Desnins were always bristling into my study and with their incoherent prophecies that came to them in their dreams. I won't lie, sometimes what they said did come to pass. But can we really rely on the woolly dreams of heretics over the cold hard facts of intelligence reports? Plenty of demons could have easily fooled them and whispered a treasonous plan in their dreams, and those lunatics would have been only too happy to listen. This time Mr. Curls for Brains came to me and declared the demons were about to attack the city and the Wardstone's power was diminished by some kind of contamination or taint. Iomade forgive me for ever repeating the words. After uttering such blasphemy, he should have been locked up along with his followers and interrogated. But instead I simply increased the surveillance on them And what next? My people caught them red-handed trying to attack the wardstone with unknown magic. And not 3 days later, the demons attacked the city. There's an obvious connection between these events. Whether deliberately or under demonic influence, the denizens played right into the hands of Discari's horde. And they almost left the city completely defenseless. Ramin covered for his people the whole time and helped them escape my guards. After that, what else can he be but a traitor and a heretic? There's nothing dangerous in the hole. You have no reason to guard it. You told me yourself that you received a light-bearing gift from an angel who perished in the caves below our feet. It is no secret that these passages are teeming with the dangerous creatures that could kill anyone, even a warrior of heaven. Demons and demonic offspring love roaming about underground. That's why I will be keeping an eye on this hole. If the beasts decide to attack from here, we'll be ready for them. Where can I find Ramin? How should I know? The weasel can't have gone far. He turned invisible. He's probably hulkering down in some hole, like the traitorous rat he is. And he'll be sitting, trembling, and waiting till he's dragged out of there. With the prelate after you, that seems the only sensible thing to do. It's what I'd do. I'm sure lots of things sound sensible to you. And it works, too. As you can see, I'm still alive. I have to go. Go on, then. If you have to. It would be good if you could return with the head of that scum. Wow. The demonic invasion transformed all of Canabris into one great battlefield, but nowhere in the city suffered as much as this square. This place saw a clash of titans, the demon lord Discari leading his hordes from the abyss, and the dragon Terendelev, the mightiest of the city's defenders, and one of the first to fall. The scene of destruction leaves no doubt as to the battle's outcome. A skilled scout could recreate the course of the battle moment by moment simply by looking at the ruins. From the chimneys torn down by powerful wings in a sharp dive, to the bloody tracks left behind when the demon dragged away the noble reptile's broken body. But it is no hypothetical scout gazing upon the ruins. It is Fido Ignitus, and he is not alone. The shadow of a strange, barely perceptible presence lingers over this place. A gaze untethered from any observer. This mysterious force unknown to mortal kind silently assesses, judges, and seeks a better way. In an instant, Fido Ignitus is vested with this power and looks at the world with its eyes. The past, the present, and future stand before him as an ununified whole. An unmoving, multifaceted crystal that would be beautiful were it not for the fractures, blemishes, and flecks marring its splendor. What past does he see? In the past exists the one who wielded this gaze in life, although the one and life are in opposite terms for Eonos. Beyond passing, beyond mercy. Okay. The supernatural embodiments of cosmic balance. Rather than who or what, a better word for these entities is how. This Aeon appeared from outside this world from the great beyond to put an end to the intermingling of the planes and destroy the world wound. The chasm disrupting the order of the multiverse. Alas, the visitor from beyond proved too weak for the battle they came to fight. They even failed to finish casting the spell that would have sent Discari back to the abyss. With one swing of his scythe, the demon lord cut the Aeon down. What does what present does he see? Ruins, blood, corpses. None of this perturbs the Aeon's dispassionate gaze. The living are alive, the dead will be judged by Pharasma. All is as it should be. But the demons circling in the sky or prowling through the streets create a jarring juxtaposition. Like splashes of blood-red ink on a restrained pencil sketch. They should not be here. The world of mortals is for mortals. The demon's place is in the demon world. How sublime the world would be if everything in it knew its place. But even the demons aren't as abhorrent as the sharp-edged, unassuming crystal lingering in the dirt among the bricks and smashed cobblestone. No mortal would notice it, but to the Unknown's eyes, its mere existence is an outrage against universal laws. If the Unknown still existed, they would not stop until the crystal was unmade. But the Aeon is gone, and only their gaze remains. Fido Ignitus picks the crystal up out of the dirt and stows it in his pocket. He is mortal, which means he has the power to decide what to do with it. Purple stone knife. What does the future see? Good and evil, chaos and order, everything is in its lawful place, in the multiverse, and is no longer trespassing where it does not belong. Nothing is disturbing the smooth and steady current of the river of souls. From life into death and back to life again. The reality rid of its flaws is now perfect, and the Aeons withdraw to eternally admire its beauty, which will never be threatened again. After allowing the hero to view the world through their eyes, the little that remained of the destroyed Aeon is killed. Even appropriate here for an entity that is removed from life and death as we understand it, used up its last vestiges of energy. Now they are ready to disperse into nothingness, useless unless someone decides to preserve the Aeon within themselves. Will the hero take on this power so that he may again look at the world through Aeon's eyes? Or will he allow it to vanish? Retain the Aeon's power within yourself. The spirit of the Aeon dwells out of sight, deep in Fido Ignitus' soul, like a pair of magical spectacles stowed away until the moment when the hero once again needs to look at the world through another's eyes. Okay, so that happened.
Cover me, all right?
First come, first served.
This looks familiar. I seem to recall being dropped into the depths. Alright. Summon. Summon Dwog. lightning. Go here.
Wide open.
Magic missile. Well, that worked. Come on, dog. Nice, nice hit.
No glory without risk.
Well, that's interesting.
You won't survive me.
Swing and a miss. Bahamut cultist.
The spirits demand your blood.
Yeah, we'll just do a normal spell. Alright, that was easy. Okay, we want these. What is leather armor? 2 coinage. Half plate is worth selling, but it is mighty damn expensive. Alright guys, I'm gonna take a quick break because my dog got into my room somehow and is now laying on my bed barking at me. So I'll be right back. Sorry about that, everyone. Dog needed to go out. Okay. So, what is this worth? 2, not worth grabbing. 12, not worth grabbing. 1. I'm not even gonna look. 100, that's worth grabbing. Is there, did I miss? No, 1. Okay. Midnight Bolt. The owner of this bolt can shoot it to deal 50 points of damage that can't be ignored or reduced. This bolt can't miss. Wow. Okay, there's a thing.
Might be trap, might be treasure.
The rift. A rift in the earth left by Discari's massive scythe. You and your companions fell through here during the attack. Alright, I am gonna go back a ways. I kind of thought we'd reached the end. But there's a house I want to explore before we go too much further.
This is my kind of work.
Nature?
This was simple enough.
Succeeded. These corpses gnaw ghouls. Oh, so this is where I am. Received tiger. People were not killed by demons, their mortal wounds were inflicted by ordinary weapons. Oh, tiger. I like the way I've got my characters set up. It's coming together nicely. You don't have any used magical item stuff. Dark Horn Glaive. Marching Terror. 9 to 20 damage when equipped. Does plus 1d3 negative damage. Glaive popular among Baphomet's warriors. Touching the handle is enough to sense the latent evil within this weapon. Ugh. It's a reach weapon. Whenever this +1 glaive lands a hit on a new enemy for the first time, the target receives 1d6 negative damage and all other enemies must pass or be frightened. Marching Terror. These are worthless, but they don't weigh a damn either. £16. What do we got for 37 apiece, 50 apiece. Wait, half plate plus 1? An enchantment. $35, $50, $50, $37. Drop. Necklace, silver ring, copper ring. Give you a throwing axe, what the hell? What is this? Masterwork light crossbow. Light crossbow. Heavy crossbow. These are 9 apiece. Drop. Into the house. Whoops, I don't want... Can I go here? Go here? Take off. Nope. So, gotta go here.
Win this war.
Here we go again.
I found something. Together we stand.
I'm all ears.
I am helpful, am I not?
Journal about an experiment. Quasit. Or be my witness, it wasn't easy. Began my linguistics research. Goal is to study the language of quasits. Collect.
I can handle it.
To the cellar. How come I get the feeling I just walked into a quasit's den?
Can't make the demons wait.
These fighters must have been caught off guard. They died before they could even draw weapons. Their bodies are covered in a thin layer of ice. It's slowly melting. That's reassuring.
We'll win this, one way or the other.
Scroll of Sea Invisibility and Scroll of Fairy Fire. Because quasits are invisible. Learning spells from scrolls. Clear blocked cellar.
You can handle them, right?
Yep, quasits. Dedrick.
You are today's sacrifice!
Into the fray.
Okay, now you drink potions like you're trying to get drunk. It actually only took one. I'm a little surprised at that, actually.
Yet another obstacle.
Go for their hearts!
The inheritor. Guide my blade.
Let me draw the first blood.
The light. Take you.
I'll cut you wide open.
Endure this!
Combat finished. Is this just how I gain experience?
It hurts!
Beautiful.
Use. Use. Alright. Scroll of Find Trap. Scroll of Create Pit. That's gotta be Scroll of... Oh, that's Fairy Fire. Oldest to newest. Scroll of Invisibility. See Invisibility.
Ask nicely.
What have you got, Wojak? You don't have anything. trying. Is it just demons in this area that are invisible? Yeah, well, she needs to heal. Consumable. Use. No, that didn't do anything. Probably should have used the see invisibility scroll. Fairy fire. See invisibility. Level 2. Well, fudge. Market Square, yep. I need to get better at this. So how do you get...
I'm getting my ass kicked.
Clear blockage?
Let's see what we can do.
Well, shucks. Maybe we'll come back here later. Protection from chaos. Stories told us by the spirits. A lot of nice lore in here. Oh, I need to heal. I've been clicking on that thing for far too long. Using up way too much health. Use. Use. Azamar greets you with a graceful bow. So you found me. I have nowhere else to run. I'm at your mercy. Kill me if you wish, but I ask you to hear me out first. Did you really know about the demon attack before it happened? I did. We have a secret ally in the enemy's ranks. No one knows who this brave soul is, but she has been feeding us information about the demon's plans. These dispatches have come to us by the most reliable channel bestowed upon us by the great dreamer herself. They have come to us in dreams. Prelate Huron brushed them off as meaningless reveries. And, well, I admit that it isn't always easy to distinguish our allies' messages from ordinary dreams. But even ordinary dreams are gifts from Desna, and are always worthy of attention. The prelate and all the crusade leaders, for that matter, should have put less store in reason and more in intuition, inspiration, and spontaneity. What's more, not long before the attack on the city, a blind elf who calls himself the Storyteller arrived in Canabras. This wanderer wasn't merely a collector of legends, but a scholar of the unknown. According to him, the waystone in our city, the first and most important in the chain of wardstones, weakened since long ago, was teetering on the brink of corruption. It seems the Red Morning Massacre, and other demon attacks, even the ones we fended off, did not leave us unscathed. Unfortunately, the prelate did not wish to listen to the storyteller either. We're lucky he wasn't burned at the stake as a heretic. We had such vital information on our hands, information that could have saved the city, but no one cared to listen at all. To listen all the way to the catastrophic end. Not all dreams have benign origins. What if the dreams were sent by demons? In a different time and place, someone perhaps could have become the victim of false dreams sent by monsters. But here, in the war with the Abyss, the goddess is keeping a close eye on her most faithful followers. I have no doubt that if a demon tried to intrude upon the dreams of any one of us, Desna's punishment would have been swift. Tell me about the strange rituals that you were going to perform at the Waystone. When my attempts to open Holrun's eyes ended in failure, a few of my young adepts resolved to take matters into their own hands. They did not consult me before doing so, but I have never demanded iron discipline from my priests. Army commanders may have subordinates, but I have pupils and fellow worshippers. I can only inspire them, and I cannot command them. And it seems they were inspired all on their own. In other words, you get to preach whatever you want, and you don't have to take any responsibility for your flock. You've really got it made. For pity's sake, how can I be held responsible for the actions of others? These are not children we are discussing here. They are grown adults endowed with their own free will. Praise the goddess. Of course, we all help one another, but in the final reckoning, each of us decides how we will act, and each must answer for those choices. They had no ill intent. They only wished to access the wardstone in secret to try and cleanse it. But to Harlorun, this became perform a suspicious ritual after hearing even more suspect voices in their dreams. The children wanted to save their city, and the Inquisitor detained them and almost killed them. I had to intervene. I used my authority and my power as a cleric to give them a chance to flee. If they hadn't gotten away, they were destined for a cell in the prelate's dungeons, and quite likely death. Why are you and Harlan feuding? Oh, I'm not feuding with him. I sincerely wish only the best for the man. In an ideal world, he'd be far away from the front lines, enjoying a peaceful retirement. But even if that isn't possible, I have always tried to help him fulfill the mission he has taken upon himself, and to which he has proved fatally ill-suited. Protecting Canabras against the demons. Unfortunately, he is convinced that the followers of Desna are heretics and saboteurs. He refused to listen to me, and it was only the nightly orders that deterred him from including us in his witch hunt. Now there's clearly no one left to stand in his way. He is finally free to get rid of us once and for all. Is there a chance you can resolve your conflict? I don't know. Harlan's faith is truly formidable. Not only his faith in Iomade, but in his own infallibility. In other words, he's as hard-headed as a rock troll. But even so, Desna teaches us to never lose hope. Why haven't you left this place for somewhere safer? Because people might need help, and they will come to the temple in search of a priest. I will not hide away in a hole, saving my own neck, when Canabras is full of people suffering in the wake of a demon's attack. I have to go. I have to go. Wait, 3 of my adepts are hiding somewhere in the ruins of the city. The ones the Inquisitors wrongly accused of treason. I beg you, find them and protect them against the demons and vigilantes like Holrun. They will not rest until they find them. If there is anything else you can do to save Carabas, please do it. He is a little too... Stranger, wait. You spared Raman despite what the mad Inquisitor told you. The young voice comes from nowhere. Oh, hang on, I forgot to remove the spell. I hope Holrun's dogs aren't lurking nearby. A pale youth materializes before you. His face looks haggard from lack of sleep, but he is clearly pleased to be speaking to someone. So, you're one of the Desnan's adepts that tried to break into the Wardstone? Yes, I'm Icus. Elkis? Cleric of Desna, and one of the people who answered the call of the voice in dreams. Some unknown person made contact with us through our dreams, telling us about the demon's plans. We learned that the demons were planning to attack Canabras and do something terrible to our Wardstone, which already carries the taint of corruption. Prelate Holrun refused to heed our warnings. We had to make a choice. We could either throw up our hands and pull back, or take action, even though it could cost us our lives. But what heartless person could stand by in the face of such a deadly threat? So, what were you planning on doing in the Wardstone? Our plan was to get to it and then follow our instructions. There were 3 of us, a cleric, a mage, and a bard. Between us, we know a lot. We're capable of a great deal. If we'd had enough time, I'm sure we could have figured out what's wrong with the Wardstone and how to heal it, but they didn't give us time. Yes, the local commanders got roped into dealing with this. Some idiot kids trying to break into the Wardstone. Apparently some of ours, but who even knows these days? Sealess sighs. I know there's no evil in you. I can sense things like that. But what you did was stupid and impulsive. Someone could have gotten hurt. I know from experience. So you lot decided that you needed to do something right away. So you did something right away. Great work. Like the city authorities would have done a better job. They weren't gonna do a thing, even though it sounds like they knew about the danger. All they knew was that the crazies had some weird dreams. But anyway, it's a little late to be trying to put blame on someone. How'd you come up with such a plan? How could we not come up with that plan? Listen, Desna is the goddess of luck, but luck has, as many lay people would understand it, and luck as we, the followers of the music of the Sephers, see it, are far from the same thing. Other people believe that luck is something good that falls into your lap just because, like a generous but unearned reward. We see luck as a fundamental law of creation, according to which, even if in the darkest hour of the most hopeless situation, a chance of rescue and change for the better can arise. But you've got to seize this chance when it presents itself, or better yet, create your own. Followers of Desna are not people who like idleness and inaction. That's why when Canabris was in trouble, we did as our goddess had taught us. We took the matter into our own hands and tried in a moment of desperation to pluck our chance from the hands of fate itself. I'm sick of all this Crusader infighting. It's not just infighting. It's a matter of life and death. It's about the path we're all on. Whose voice have you been hearing in your dreams? Nobody knows what it is, but everyone who has heard her, I should say, is convinced that she is a good and pure soul chosen by Desna. We had a choice. We could trust her, except that we have an ally somewhere who isn't afraid of all the armies of the Abyss, or we could drown in suspicion and get one step closer to becoming just like Holrun. We decided to trust the voice, and seeing Canabris devastated once is what our unknown ally tried to prevent until the very end. Which is what I can see now who had the truth on their side. Where are your fellow worshippers and how many of them are there? Fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know where they are. We split up to confuse the Inquisitors who were chasing us. Do you need help? Desna teaches us to trust in last-ditch chances. Listen, my friends are called Aranka and Thal. Thal the Wallflower, Aranka is an amazing singer, and a truly beautiful girl. She has plenty of friends and fans. She's probably blended into a crowd somewhere. Wallflower is a mage, but I don't think he'll risk using magic. It will only bring the Inquisitors down on him. He'll be hard to find. You'd better find Aranka first. She might know where Wallflower is. Please, find them and protect them against the demons and the Inquisitors. I will await news in the Goddess's temple. I hope our mysterious helper will send us a new message that will reveal what is to come from the demons. I have to go. Go. May Desna be with you, stranger. Hear me, take heed, the hordes of the Abyss. The Waystone is their target. They must not be allowed to capture it. The consequences will be disastrous. The Temple of Desna. Fanfare of the Faithful. Altar of Desna, goddess of luck, patron deity of travelers and dreamers. Temple has seen much better days. So there might be another way to fix the temple, or the ward stone. I gotta find all these people. Is it over here? There it is.
Pretty good, aren't I?
Get across. Hull run. See what you have to say, Hullrun. He's not. Well, what brings you to me? Remind me who you are again. I talked to Ramin. He is not your enemy. He only wants what's good for Canabras. Chrysler gives you a black look. I would consider those words an admission of treason from anyone else, but I don't wish to draw my weapon against he who has been given heaven's gift. And I won't, as long as you don't do anything worse than convening with the rabble-rousing Ramin. I won't ask you again to kill that rabble-rouser, but as soon as we liberate the city from the demons, my faithful will hunt him down. Wow, you're faithful. You're faithful. What are you, a god? Who do you serve?
This is my kind of work.
Asshole. That's all I have to say. Asshole. Managed to calm Holram down a little, but he's still hell-bent on driving you out of the city once the demon attack has been repelled. I suppose I should be pleased, but the idiocy, the injustice of it all, it makes my blood boil. I will leave Canabras, but not before we fight off the demons. No matter what happens, I thank you. Irabeth Trebold of the Eagle Watch is gathering survivors in the Defender's Heart Tavern. You'd be very useful there. Commander Trebold? I do not know her personally, but her wife, Anivia, is a regular worshipper at our temple. I would be glad to aid them in this fight. I have to go. Thank you for listening to me and defending me. I will go to the Defender's Heart. I hope to see you there. May Desna keep you. Wow, I've actually come a fair ways, all things considered. Loot!
This is my kind of work.
Fear stat. Oh.
Save the last one for me.
Swarms. You have engaged a hostile swarm. Rat swarm. Against such enemies, regular weapons are ineffective or even completely useless. However, any swarm is vulnerable to attacks that hit an area. On difficulty levels below core rule, you can hit a swarm with a regular weapon, but the damage it receives will be halved. Against a swarm of enemies like this, burning hands is the way to go.
Make every strike count.
Burning, erupting, burning, finger. People not killed by demons, inflicted by ordinary weapons. Yo, this city took a pummeling. Should be some beer left, right? Please tell me the beer's okay. Body, something enormous was dragged. Tarendalev, most likely. Count so-and-so's servant.
I can handle it.
Count Arenda's servant. Thank the gods. I've found someone who isn't fleeing in a panic. Are you crusaders? Mercenaries? The comely half-elf is so frightened he can barely get the words out. I'm a servant of Count Diren Kale Navis Arendia. My lord's mansion is under attack by demons. The master himself and all his guests are trapped inside, and the house guards are nowhere to be found. I managed to escape through a servant's passage to look for help. Will you help me? The mansion is only a stone's throw away, on the next street over. Count Arendia. I have seen him a few times before, from afar. He looked highly audacious. I confess that he didn't capture my attention, but that's neither here nor there. We should help him. The gratitude of a rich and influential man can only benefit us. You have heard of the Arendia family before. This wealth and a noble Medevian dynasty was almost wiped out by demons more than 10 years ago. The last surviving member of the family, the young Count Denir, has an infamous reputation. He is well known for being a rake and a rogue. Misfortune continues to dog the house of Arendi, I see. You're telling me everyone tried to talk me out of taking up the position, saying that it can't have just been bad luck that brought tragedy down on the family and almost killed off the line. But I reasoned that since my master was the only one who to survive the calamity, that meant he must be blessed by fate and the powers of the good. The pay was nothing to sniff at either. The servant cast his eyes around the street. I should have listened to people smarter than me and gone to work somewhere else, preferably far away from Carabas. Canabarus. Tell me about what happened. I'll tell you what I can. I was working from dusk till dawn and back to dusk again, serving guests at the Count's banquet. When the other servants came to relieve me at my post, I went to sleep. Next thing I know, I wake up and there are demons inside the mansion. I couldn't even reach the Count. The monsters had blocked the way. The Count's banquet was still going on. He and his guests were in the great hall, and as far as I could tell, the door to the room was sealed, and the demons couldn't get in. I'm begging you, hurry. The mansion's doors are sturdily built. The demons will have to work to get past them, so you still have time to rescue the people inside. Alright, I'll help. Where's your master's house? Help, I beg you. I hate to think what the Count will do to me if I don't bring back help. So this isn't a matter of, like, generosity or anything. You're shitting me. It's Rob. Well, crud. I did all that back and forth nonsense just to get over here. Stranger. I am the answer, but what is the question?
Can't make the demons wait.
What does that mean? Ancient tiefling. Too young to die. Scrawny tiefling, watch it, watch it. What are you goons doing? You bloody crushed me. The young tiefling lies trapped in collapsed section of tunnel. Another two tieflings scramble around, trying in vain to free him. Quit whining. Hey, alarm. Someone's coming. Maybe he will help us. Wise up, would you? Before you get us killed. Let's make a run for it while we still can. No, come on. Don't leave me here. I'll die here. Hey guys, I see you're in a bit of a jam. Get a load of this lot, and no escort neither. Wojif, you little shit. How are you not dead yet? And who's that with you? They're friends of mine. Great guys. Wojif turns to you and out of the corner of his mouth says, listen, do me a solid. Help them drag this sorry carcass free. They'll repay you. Cross my heart. I'll help you pull out your from the rubble. Failed. Damn it. Here the roll proves a bigger challenge than expected. By the time you are ready to collapse with fatigue. Whew, I'm alive, and all in one piece. Give or take. Thank you. I'll remember your kindness for the rest of my life. The freed tiefling turns to his companions. And you two clowns, I don't want to hear a word out of you. Get into the tunnel now. One trip. Just to the Grey Garrison and back. Don't be a coward. It's not going to collapse. Go, or else we come all the way here for nothing. That ended well, didn't it? What's not now? Talk later. Tiefling eyes you and elbows his chatty companion in the ribs. Everything's alright now. Sounds very suspicious to me. Come clean, who are you guys? Alright, don't hurt us. People call us thieflings. We kind of skirt around the edges of the law. That's how we make our living. Say some tyrant bans books that should stuff he don't like, or fancy Kyrene wine he don't drink. Is it wrong if we step in to fill the gap in the market? If there's a demand for it, well, someone's got to sell it. Don't go thinking we're gangsters or anything. Our only concern is making the lives of citizens easier for a little coin. People in the city can't even breathe without breaking some stupid regulation or restriction. Take this tunnel that collapsed on top of our friend, for instance. It leads straight to the Grey Garrison. Thanks to it, any soldier whose throat's feeling a little dry or who's needing some nighttime reading material, we can get all of those things for him that his heartless superiors refuse to. We're providing a public service. In the goodness of your heart. I helped you, now you can help me and Commander Trebut to save Carabas. The militia needs people with various skills, even ones as unusual as yours. You what? Are you blind or something? Know what people call us? Alir's spawn, and that's one of the nicer nicknames. Crusaders and tieflings don't mix. We'll be torched on sight. Whoa, Treeblade? Erebeth Treeblade from the Eagle Watch? Lads, we have to help her. She's one of the only big shots in this town that actually treat us with any decency. Why should we risk our necks for the Crusaders? Because Erebeth risked her necks for ours? She saved me from the creep Holrun, yanked me straight out of his torture chamber. Only a worthless Tuareg would refuse to help her out after that. Nah. I'm not listening to any more of this. The tiefling makes a show of covering his ears. You do what you want. I'm heading for the River Kingdoms. Go on then. I'm going with the Crusaders. And I'm going to round up the others to help. The tiefling smirks. We've made some good money in the city. It'd be a shame to surrender our meal ticket to the demons. But enough yammering. So long. Tieflings join the crusade. But that sounded like a way into the Grey Watch.
Did we find trouble? No, they did.
I never heal. Damn it! I do this kind of crap all the time. Don't reload, don't heal. Failed to use magic and shit. Deep breaths now. Deep breaths. Calm. Everything's okay. Just use cure. Cure light wounds on her. Kazitzer, Zitzer. So, sneak attack did some damage. Hurrah!
You've crossed the wrong line.
Oh, fudge. She has the wrong weapon equipped. Damn it. And I can't hit the broadside of a barn.
into the fray.
You're supposed to be
You
using
won't
that weapon all
survive
along.
me.
Thank God I had her switch. Damn it.
The spirits demand your blood.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
The Inheritor, guide my blade.
Endure this. I got this.
Despite all the city's troubles, the statue of Amulet towers proudly over the street.
Beautiful.
Climb down.
Pretty good, aren't I?
What is this? Sling staff.
Let's see what we can do.
Canaveras Crusaders.
Here we go.
Mercy quickens.
There's some demons here. Spell resistance? Well, crap.
Distract them from me.
Make every strike count.
You are today's sacrifice.
The light, take you.
Well, damn. Freeze. Ha.
Time to share your treasures.
Dang, that's a lot of damage.
You've crossed the wrong mongrel.
Oh, okay. Ouch.
Did I mess up again?
Splash some acid on this. Damn it. Just get a little lightning in on this. Yes, please. Not really worth much. Other armor, no, no, yes. You're worth 100, I'll take you. Scale mail. Nope.
I can handle it.
You know, the maps of this city are going to need to get redrawn after all this. Oh, so that's where we are. Exit area. No! Damn it.
We are the light. They are the darkness.
Go on.
You won't survive me.
Into the fray.
What is that thing?
I can't die now. I'm not nearly rich enough.
Fudge.
Cover me, all right?
Go for their hearts! I'll cut you wide open!
Endure this.
Okay.
No glory without risk.
Ouch.
I'm all right.
Ouch.
I'm all right.
A lot of ouch.
Damn you! Damn son!
Potion.
Stab you or zap you? Why not both?
The spirits demand your blood!
Make every strike count.
Oh, Lon, you're my favorite. Club unidentified. Club of nails. Light armor studded. Masterwork. mongrels. The young mongrel looks around in every direction but up. Maybe we should go back? This place isn't for us. It's too open. The enemy could come from anywhere. And the air is weird. Why does it keep moving so fast? Another mongrel stares straight ahead, gripping his blade in a trembling fist. No, not one step back. This is our test. Don't look at anything but the target. So you made it up. Good to see you all. How's old Sol doing? Still waiting and thinking? Well, don't worry. He'll make his mind up soon. You won't be hanging about underground for much longer. What are you doing here? The young man turns to you. He has one healthy eye and a lumpy growth where the second should be. It's you! It's thanks to you that we made it to the surface to fight the demons. The shield maze fell, but Sol slowed everything down. He's an old man. He's afraid of everything. But we can't sit in the dark like root vegetables while big things are happening up above. We tried to follow you through the shield maze. We emerged into some kind of fortress, but there were too many demons there. Then we dug out another passage into the city. It took days, but we did it. We're ready to fight. Die monsters, wow. Right now we need everyone who can hold a weapon. I have a plan. Go back below ground and wait at the shield maze exit. We'll get the beasts at both ends. Go back? Well, if you're sure, of course we'll go. I mean, an ambush. Good idea. Yes, I understand. We'll attack from below as soon as we hear the fighting start. The young ones are holding up well, but will they be able to fight out in the open? Even I struggle with that. Lon frowns. I hope we did the right thing. We are the Crusaders of the Underground. We will fight like our forebears did. I mean, I hate to be the guy who says it, but we kind of need all the help we can get. So talk to everyone, or every group of ones. Bodies have a variety of wounds. One is covered in burns, others have weapons or claw marks. It is safe to assume that they were decapitated posthumously. Post-mortem, whatever.
Can't make the demons wait.
This place gives hell a bad name, or a good name. Exit area. Oh, try and climb up. Well, I'm thinking that's where we're going to leave it for today. We reached that time. I got some things I unfortunately have to do before morning. So yeah, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness goes on. I will be streaming tomorrow, but I will be starting late probably. Unfortunately, there's just stuff I gotta get done in the morning, or right away, so I won't be able to get started until later. I don't think there's anything else. Thank you guys for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope everything was enjoyable. I'm sorry that we did a whole bunch of lore and reading today. Hopefully, as time goes on, that'll happen less and less, and we can do more fighting and exploring and getting into it. I love the way the world feels. I'm comparing it a lot to Encased because that's what I played most recently in the same similar genre. But this world feels more lived in, more like I can see it in my mind's eye. Encased was more like I was reading a comic book. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just it's a different kind of storytelling. You know, it's to them, to their. There's a um, there's a certain lens that you see the world through um, that kind of, at least for me, detached me from it in a way. Sure, there were some creepy parts in it. Sure, there were some realistic parts, or some darker parts in it. But it didn't. The narrative didn't ever hold you long enough in a place for that to become part of your reality, if you will. This seems to allow you to move, but at the same time makes you feel the narrative more. That's at least my feel. Maybe I'm not doing a good job of explaining it, and if I'm not, I apologize. But anyway, so that's what I got for today. We'll be back tomorrow. It'll run shorter tomorrow because I will start later tomorrow. I hope everyone has a safe trip, stays safe, has a good day, night, morning, wherever you are in the world. And I hope to talk to you next time. Hope to see you next time. I think that's everything. So if I don't see you sooner, I'll see you later. Bye-bye.